Hello? It's time to Gamma. Time to Gamma. That's where I think I was leaving off, was probably finally needing this Gamma correction at this point. So, let me do that. Although, yeah, they just run Gamma correct, and then clamp it 0 to 1. Probably also important. Okay. So I just have this, and then I think this should give me colors that, I mean, it'll be clamped 0 to 1, so it should give me colors that are nice. I could also experiment with using aces for this in particular. That could be fine. It could look maybe even better. But I guess I do kind of want more subdued colors either way. Right, so we have our linear. So we'd multiply this by 12.92. Raise it to the power of 1 over 24, 2.4. Multiply by 1055 and then subtract 055. And then use the step function. So the step function I'm definitely going to need to write this as its own thing for sure. Well, so this should really be C, shouldn't it? Or I guess it's S, so it's spectral, but this is actual color. So it would be just, yeah, 12.92 multiplied by every value. And also I can probably just do 12.92 times C. That's probably, yeah. Okay, cool. I guess I should really call this A. And then if I use, can this handle colors? Wait. For better type safety, use color lerb. With a float weight, which is not what I want. So, can't use that. We'll have to do it all manual. So yeah, multiply everything. Which, at this point, I should probably just use a vector. So I'm not messing with alpha at all, because I know what that's going to be. Can I get RGB? I mean, come on. The fact that they don't have just like a conversion to a vector 3 kind of sucks. Also, yeah, this is linear already, so... Is that maybe a mistake that I've made? I've been using a linear sRGB and then I am not converting it. I don't know. So now I would erase everything, every component. I would do this operation on every component. So I'll just do it. X to I'll just make these some consts. I don't know. I literally, I don't know. I'll just literally pick some random names. I don't know what these constants are actually for. This one's probably better for gamma. Gamma, theta, and then what's like another math? Lambda. You also got like phi in there. Just literally slamming out constants. And then I guess I can also use pi. That's probably not good to have those be so similar in name. What's the other one? Rho. Cool. Yeah, good old this and good old theta. Just, it feels a bit silly writing it like this, but I need these constants to be constants and not other random stuff. So the step function, I need to check exactly what that is. For the element I, for element I of the return value, 0 is returned if I is less than edge, and 1 is returned otherwise. Okay. That makes sense. So if we're less than so if we're less than this value, C is 0. If we're greater than this value, it's 1. Interesting. Okay. Which would just be equal to just a vector 3, I guess. Then I just do checks, so if Cx is less than this value, ooh, I can't do that. Color. Right, so if color x is as lambda, then Cx would be, do I actually have a step function? Smooth step. No, I just want step. Maybe they do have this. Maybe they do have this. Let me look. Because they have smooth step. Just search for step. Okay. Manual. Math. Whoops. Math. Where is this? Where's finding this? There's like a class reference, globals, GDScript. Okay, global scope methods. Snap. That's not what I'm looking for. I know what that is. Okay, they don't have just plain step. Alright. That's fine. So the function is, by definition, for element I of the return value, 0 is returned if I is as an edge of I. 1 is returned otherwise. So if x is less than edge 0, Cx is 0. We can say this. Literally just this. And you know what? I'll run it all on the line. Oh, of course. This is actually kind of weird how they're doing this. Because really what I would do is I wouldn't be writing it like this. I would really be saying this could just be result is 0. If it's less than this, then I'm using 0, which means A which is this value. So I'd really just be saying result is equal to yeah, gamma times color R is what that is. Color. It should start me off fine. Otherwise, result R would be equal to. Can I do like I? Zero. Wow, I can't. Alright. So what I'm really doing is I'm just doing a loop here, and I say if color I is less than lambda, then result I is equal to color, or gamma times color I. Otherwise, we're using this one. It would be I guess I would always be multiplying it because B takes on that value. So I just say result I is that. And then I do if color I is less than, I guess it would just be if it's greater than or equal to lambda. Then I would do this additional calculation. And there's the color. I guess the reason you do that is just maybe it's, you know, using the functions, you're not using branches or anything. Which, as I hear, if statements and shaders are pretty bad. So I hear. Maybe this is not the case though. So I'll just write these out since I'm not copying these a bunch of times. Although those two will be constants. Right. So is this the equivalent? We take A, and B is going to be... Oh, that's linear sRGB. Never mind. That's kind of... How did I mess that up? Yeah, if color I is less than lambda, we do this. Right? So A, and then a step function which returns 0 if color is less than this value, returns 1 if it's greater than that value, which means I get A if it's less and B if it's more. So simple if it's less, complex if it's more. Yeah. Simple if it's less, complex if it's more. or equal. Zero, 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 one. Good. Default value of any color. If it's equal to 0001, so that means the default. Let me look this up. Let me check. Alpha defaults to 1. B is 0, G is 0, R is 0. Okay, good. It's funny, alphabetical just totally jumbles this all up. Alright, so I shouldn't have to do that. Alpha's already 1. And then I will do a clamp. So I will say, at the end of each step, result I is equal to, can I actually do result clamp? Ooh. I can just call result clamp. Does this return or does this modify? Returns a new color with all components clamped to the components between min and max. And the default is default of that is 0 to 1. Awesome. Awesome. So I do spectral to RBG, and then I would do gamma correct on top of this. Oh, crazy sticker, crazy stuff. All right. Let's see how this runs. Also, last night when I was like laying in bed, I realized why this is happening, and I have to figure out a fix for that. And I think the fix might just be going to the simplest solution, which is just making it so that ambient occlusion maps only multiply ambient light and not diffuse light. Because essentially this means if I don't have any light shining on this, okay, let me go through it. So when I have files, gosh, I'm so confused. I keep using different layouts and it's actually kind of messing with me. So it should be in shader. So essentially, this light function is called for every individual light in the scene. So this technically means, which I guess is fine, actually it's not fine. If I have no light in the scene, even if I have ambient light, this won't run. I won't do this at all. And this in fact is also the problem. If there's no light in the scene, no matter what, my function won't run. So I won't be able to apply ambient light. Additionally, if there is a light in the scene, but there's no directional light, which is what's happening right now, there's no directional light. No directional light is technically on right now. The moon is below the horizon and the sun is below the horizon. So also my shader isn't running, which means I can't add the light. So I essentially just have to go in, which maybe is nice because it takes all this crap out that I have to do, which is probably slower than just keep leaving it on the shader. Which is also nice because it means I still have to modify the engine, but it's even less than before. I'm essentially just removing one line from a shader, which is just diffuse times AO, and then leaving ambient light on. And then that applies to literally everything. Of course, I have to still manage I still have to manage reflection probes to handle indoor ambient lighting on characters. So, yeah. Essentially, this was kind of doomed from the start. There's no light shining on the object, I can't light the surface. It's not even on the object. If the individual pixel is not receiving any lighting, it won't run through this at all. So like half the building could be black and the other half could be ambient lit. So unfortunate. That I mean, that was honestly something that I should have realized when I was writing it, that this is ambient light. Technically this is happening when no lights are shining on it. Okay. A little sidetrack there, a little rant about what I did wrong, and there it is, the sunlight just turned on, so this started getting ambient light. Alright, so I don't like that color. So let me see what's going on. And also, I feel like this is probably all kind of wrong, what I'm doing. I've set my spectral color. Transmittance, I'm sure, is fine, right? Wow, I actually kind of thought gamma correct was gonna like clutch it, but I guess not. So spectral RGB. I'm getting this very, very deep red color here. Spectral doing anything like that? No, it's just running the conversion. So let me verify it as 1 minus exponent negative k color. Yeah. Okay, I want to step inside the gamma function, setting my constants. Result starts as opaque black. Go through each component one by one. So this is my red component. Indeed. If we are less than lambda, which comes out to 0, we get A, which is gamma times C. Okay, well, we weren't less than that, so we actually get this one, where it is the power of the original color to 1 over 2.4, this and this. And this is still like wrong to do this. I think what's really going on here is that these values aren't bright enough. Because if I look at the sun disk right now, it does not, that's not the color of the sun disk. Yeah, that's not the color of the sun disk, so how is it coming out to this color? This is the center of the sun disk. That can't be the color, actually. That's actually just not the color. I guess it is supposed to actually be the sky texture color. I shouldn't be using the lookup table. And I have the sky texture color. The reason I didn't want to do that was because the sky texture color is being rendered, you know, on the GPU constantly, but I have to keep copying it back. The lookup table is a run once and it stays the same and it never changes. So my thought there was I could just use that value. Just copy it one time and now I have it forever. So the lookups are cheap because I don't have to copy an image to CPU memory. Yeah. Yeah, this kind of doesn't work, does it? C is 06, that's not less than the lambda, so we do this function. And then blue is less than that function. 0.09. So it should actually just come out to be 0. Yeah, then I clamp. It's such a dim color. Or like a dull color. It's a very dull color. And it's also gonna flash. Yeah, it flashes pretty bad. I think it might even become over bright too at some point. Oh, well, it can't because I do clamp the values to 0 to 1. So I guess what I should do is I should actually just smooth it. Let's see what it's coming out to now. So transmittance, all the colors are coming through. Mostly all the colors are coming through. Spectral, this is the value I get. Very non-blue. So step in here. All this. Yeah, it should be running this on every color. 0.9. 9.8, which is about the same as they were before. 5.7. Yeah, very orange for the position of the sun in the sky right now. I know it is quite low, but I mean, I guess it is that low, right? I mean, they honestly, the colors might actually be fine. Because what I really need to do is I need to also multiply the sky, like the actual intensity, the energy of this light, by its proper color. So I'm expecting to see that blue come in pretty hard now at this point. Wow, the color's like already bright white. Good. And then we gamma and it gets even more blue. Okay. So this might actually be pretty good. Although I definitely should just pull it like every second and then smooth it is probably what I should do. So I'll do that. I'll have it run the same thing here, where we pull. And you know what? Even do the same thing with this, like. I'll just kind of like write all this out, actually. Pretty much copy this, because I also only need to change it when the time changes, so. Sorry, just compute sun color, sunlight color intensity, set delta, target, sunlight color current, and then we would fade between these two colors. Because it's too abrupt, so I should be running it as an interpolation. Same thing, I think, linear. It should probably be linear. And I might even take out, I don't know, the smoothing is probably good. The smoothing probably helps. Man, I have really bad, like, sitting habit. I, like, sit sideways in my chair a lot. I mean, is that fine? If I feel comfortable doing that, is it fine? I guess so, right? If I don't feel uncomfortable. If I feel uncomfortable, then I need to change, but I don't feel uncomfortable doing that. Let's just call this like sky update rate because it's pretty much. You know what? Maybe I should use a sign. Sign's probably better, actually, now that I think about it. I believe ease in out is default. Okay, still can't see it because it goes off the screen. Okay, ease in out's gotta be the default, right? Ease in out, good. So subtracting is each component. Yeah, everything should be fine. And this always gets me a 1 value, so I don't even have to... Let me double check. No, it's fine. It's definitely... No, because 1 minus 1... Yeah, I guess that's right, actually. That's right. That's fine. That's good. It's good. It's good. Run it. It's gonna look great. And nil and okay, yeah. I mean, I should have expected that. All right, how does it look? I mean, I was saying, oh, that's too red, but you know, like actually, it's not. That's literally the actual color that it is. That is the real color of sunlight that early in the morning. Sometimes I'd wake up, walk down the hall, and the sun's coming through the window, and it's on the white wall. Okay, so I gotta wait. The color's not quite changing yet. There it is. And it's like literally red. Alright, that's like weirdly way too fast though. So... Also, I'm like technically missing it because I should be getting this new value every time, and if it changes enough, then I do a transition, and also linear. I should be constantly checking it for a new value instead of doing this. So really what I would do, I don't know why those lined up, that's weird. So if the time changed, we compute a new color, and then I do if is equal approximately to, if we're not approximately equal to the current value, then we update our target. Okay, so this should keep it a little bit smoother looking, because I noticed it when I just had it like constantly doing it every single frame, it would be like ding, ding, ding. You know, it was like every a little bit more than like a 60, like 3/5, 4/5 of a second it was updating. So a little bit more frequently than a second. So the first bit I understand is not going to match. That looks nice. That looked pretty good. It does feel too quick. It definitely feels too quick. I wonder if I could pre-compute it. Like when I hit start, or every time the lookup texture changes, I just compute the whole curve, the whole color curve. How can I solve this? Because it honestly looked better. The changes were less dramatic when I wasn't doing interpolation. Maybe time change is kind of happening, not enough, possibly? Honestly, what I really care about is if local time changed. I don't really care if moon time changed. The time change is using down here. Yeah, really, let me just say local time changed. Let me say time changed. Or just use local time change as that instead. So, compute it. If we're not equal to the current value, update our target. And you know what? Let me make it... Let me set this back. And actually do... like 5 seconds here. Do a transition over like 5 seconds. I don't know. It should be pretty quick, shouldn't it? This kind of sucks. This actually kind of sucks, because it's not going to look any good. It's going to look a bit weird. It's like going to lag behind on the color. Because what I really have to do is find a better way to compute this, because at that resolution that I'm running it at, it's not smooth enough. When it's low on the horizon, it's not a smooth enough texture. My function might even just be crap too. Okay, being slower does kind of help. I am like constantly updating the target, so it does that definitely did smooth it out. That actually might have even been fine. That might have been fine. Still definitely yellow. You know, you can tell. I mean, that might have been fine. That might not have been too bad. I guess I could bring this down. This really more matters about how dramatically the color actually changes. And I might have even gotten lucky there because this does... Okay, I probably need to like get off of my interpolation value and just go to bilinear and or bicubic. It'll probably serve me better. Also, now that I do all that, I probably can read from underneath the terrain. It's probably fine for me to read values in like the negatives. Yeah, I think that's fine. So I'm actually going to take the, because I do a clamp, I'm going to take the, yeah, this. Let me say if the sun is not visible, keep the current color. Yeah. So this gamma correct should still like save me when we're underneath the terrain. So at least when the sun comes up, we're gonna like compute the color right away and apply it. It should still like flash in a little bit, you know, it'll start like bright white and then go to red. But at least it will happen faster now. Weird. Weird, actually. Actually kind of weird. I feel like that didn't give me anything. I feel like strangely that didn't change anything. Let me say like 0.5. So that we fade instantly. So I'll see the colors right away as they come in. Wow. All right, yeah, then it jumped over quite dramatically all of a sudden. So let me think about this. So that actually looked really cool because it did fade in like transparently. I mean, the light multiplies its energy by the light color. So if the light color is coming in as 0, then we compute at 0. So like literally the first time we run this, we end up setting it to zeros. So it actually faded in with a really nice color. And quite late as well. Although what I would really like to do is, I guess, kind of set my minimum value that I'm checking. What is it? Why is my X and Y a little bit out of order? It's out of order because I have to multiply it here, and then I get this. So I might do a clamp. This is the... Which one's the height? the Y is going down. So this is the height. So I might say I might bring this term down a step. And hopefully that should give me darker colors for longer. Because I would actually like that. I actually like how this is looking right now. I really liked how it faded in. My interpolation definitely sucks as well. The fade in is so cool though. I really, really like that. So let's bring this up to, I keep knocking the value down. Also, this is still, jeez. Going up too high, a little too quick. So let me just bring that to XY, XY. Because I would like this to move a bit slower. Two seconds might have been too long. Okay, that didn't look too bad. Yeah, that didn't look too bad. It probably still is a bit slow. I could change the easing function because of how I'm updating it now. Let me actually think about that. I could use the exponential out. With like a really long timer. I could actually go crazy and say it's like 10 seconds, a 10-second timer. This should just make it, this is probably going to be the best interpolation, and it's probably going to look really good. That's my bet. I still don't understand how this thing can capture the mouse, but the mouse is still like outside of the window. It's really weird. Definitely a Linux thing. Good, it hit the color pretty fast. But it should look smooth as it changes target. I mean, in theory, if the exponential out is implemented correctly, it should never reach the target. Exponential power of x function. So let me make this probably longer. Yeah, let me just make that longer. The fact that it doesn't start red can be fixed. That essentially just means like the cycle. You know, the first day you're going to start at noon, right? Or thereabout. I just want to see how quickly it jumps to the next color. It is kind of fast. But I guess the sun does move fast. And this also doesn't include, like I said, the fact that the sun's going to linger on the horizon for probably like twice as long as I currently have it set to. So you know what? I think I will accept this for now. Although maybe I'll make the interpolation even slower. Like 30 seconds. I will have to take out the dog in just a second. Outside, not take out. To the outdoors. Oh, so yeah, like I said, the initial color of it not being red will be fixed because we would be computing, the last color that would be computed would be when the sun sets, which would be that really deep red, so we'll start quite red. That's nice. I noticed that it had definitely stayed on that color a lot longer. Yeah. 30-second exponential ease out. Perfect. Yeah, I said that was great. That was exactly it. All right. I will take the dog out real quick and be right back. Whoops. I'm back. Alright, where was I at? I said this was good and I liked it? Probably. So, what I would like to do, I need like probably a debug way to like just set the time. Like I open up a little window and I type in the time that I want, and it just teleports to that time. Alright, what's the change? Ugh. Whoa. What are the changes right now? Pretty light. I don't know why interior shader changed. I didn't even touch that file. Oh, we just deleted some trailing spaces. Awesome. That's great. I don't know how I was able to commit those in the first place. Because I know I opened this one up and was looking at it. And I never saw those like trailing spaces. No new line at the end of the file. Great. One sec. Turn up the heater. All right. Also, I actually kind of don't get why. Because it isn't, I mean, it is an ease out, but I want to see when the first time it tries to run this, how early it does this. Because it should actually be doing it like under the horizon, right? You know what? Let me do this. If the sun is not visible, keep the current color. Let me actually say... let me leave a note here. So I say, if the sun light color is equal approximately to color of white, if we are not approximately equal to the color of white, then I can use the current color. But otherwise, I do want to compute it. So essentially this means that the very first color I'm going to get, yeah, I mean, it computed it immediately. Cool. Take that off. Yep, of course, my mouse is over there, but it's technically captured for some reason, somehow, which is a lie. It's not true. Not captured. So we should get the color starting red. A very deep red. Awesome. And then it will become not red. Wow, I like couldn't even see that change. Okay, there's the big change. Maybe 60 seconds is a bit too long. Or 30 seconds is too short. 60 seconds is too long, I say. When what I'm really thinking is 30 seconds is too short, I should try 60 seconds. That's the moon's shadow opacity. Am I dumb as a bag of rocks? I was changing the wrong thing. Did I just modify that one by accident? Did I modify that by accident before? Okay, it already was that value. Oh my god, I even had a misspelling. Sky intensity. I was like, why is that line changing? I thought I changed it back. Yeah, a bit of an idiot. Little bit of an idiot. Y is an int. We're using Y. Kind of a random change there, but whatever. I wonder if what I should do is I should, like, run that interpolation over the whole thing, or just print out the 4 pixels I use and then print out my interpolated value. Perhaps. Just to see if it, like, looks correct. I guess the real way to test if it looks correct would be to, like, sample, like, quadruple scale the whole image or something, and then run that sampling method over it to get the new pixels. So I changed it to 60 seconds now instead of 30 seconds, so it should be even slower. I really like that. Good. Okay. Good. So this is testing sunrises. Light energy 0 though. That's I don't know. Water level. I'm gonna go and turn that back on. I also have to make sure I actually save it with this screen open so that it's not going to try to save the environment changes. Let me check one thing here, Because I still notice it doesn't quite start as red as it should be starting. Let me see if in interpolation, target set is initially false, and we set it to true once. I guess, yeah, if I call it reset, it probably should turn it off, but... So I guess I can check if a target is set. If no target is set, then I just apply the value straight away. Right? Because every time this is just going to be resetting to true. It will never become false until I would call reset. So as long as I don't call reset. Yeah. So let me try this. Here, actually. If we're not approximately equal, I also do a check here. And then we'll set the target anyway. And I guess I could even say sun light color current equals sun light color. And it kind of means I can take this off, so I probably should take that off so it's clear what's really going on. If this is the first time we're setting it, apply it straight away. In fact, I could even just say this. Set our current value to the target. So essentially, the first time we call update, it's going to say, oh, we're already done. And it will be the same color. Right. Of course... Alright, so I guess let me just straight up do this. Right. Although... This now does mean I set them to be equal to each other, and then we don't set the target delta. So... If we don't have a target set... How can I do this? Yeah, I mean, this just kind of sucks. mean, that should fix it, but that kind of sucks. I have to write it out twice like that. So it should start orange immediately. Sweet. That is the right color to me. Although then it does get really red really fast. So maybe I should bring this term back to what it was before. Because it's definitely kind of not matching. So it should be 3 times that. I don't understand where my mouse is, if not square center of that. Yeah. Great music to be watching sunrises to. The perfect. The perfect, I say. The perfect music. So we'll still keep it red, but it won't start turning uber red. Yeah, good. So I kind of skipped over that. That's awesome. And yeah, once I get the sun to be hanging on the horizon, it'll be really nice. Although perhaps what I should do is I should always add or subtract a little bit from the sun, so we're kind of like always pointing up a little bit. So let me do that. I'm gonna read, I guess, slightly above the sun's position. Let me check. Light horizon for the sun. Should I call it? No, that's just putting it in place. I need sun radiance. Wait, what? Hang on, is this sun radiance? Diameter times 0.5. Okay, so this is radius in radians. So let me just add this value to my direction, because this is a small angle, so it should be fine. Sun radians and 0. Let me bring this to a new line so we can see it happening and leave a note. Pull the top edge of the sun disk. Yeah, pull the top edge of the sun disk. So the Y always points to the sun, so if I add the Y, I get a little bit higher, right? And of course I have to, I guess what I would really do is I would just rotate. I would say, I guess I would say rotated on the axis, on the right axis by sun radians, and then I would get Z. Pull the top edge of the sun disk. cool. Because this is actually like, you know, the most light is coming from that portion of the sky. I guess what I should really do is actually divide it by half. So pull that like... Yeah. Let me do it by half. Sunrise, please. Okay, so that like red tinge kind of came back. I really wasn't expecting that though. That might be hidden when I get illuminance factored into its transmittance. Let me actually just pull straight the top edge. Wait, I actually did this definitely wrong. Wait. Since a copy of this basis rotated around the given axis, it's not a local rotation. I need to do the sun's x axis. Yeah, just that would have been a crazy mistake to leave in there. I'm really glad I noticed that. Realized that. Do I still get a really deep red flash? A little bit. I might have noticed it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell if it's really happening or not. But that's really smooth. It's a really smooth color change. That's nice. Maybe I am fine to just pull from the center. Let me try this. I need to close the blinds a bit. It is like too harsh, too bright. A little too bright. I'm gonna miss the sunrise. Didn't really miss it. So now I'm checking like a quarter of the way out from the center. Or I guess halfway out from the center. It's hard to tell if it's actually getting redder at any point, because what's really happening is more of it is being lit up by the red. So it could just look like redder just because there's more of it, and not necessarily that it is redder. Hey, bread monsters. I am watching sunrises. How are you doing? I'll leave this rotation there, but I'll pull from the center now. Doing good? I'm doing alright. Like I said, watching sunrises. It's Pretty cool thing with Minecraft music. Very relaxing, actually. I'm trying to get the sun color to match the color that it actually would appear in a sunrise. You know, it's going to be like red and then it's going to become white over time. That had to be a red flash, right? That like got more red. Yeah. So I think I need to pull a little bit from the top. That might be good. That might be good. One last look. I've been looking at the house. It's not even in sunlight anyway, so it won't show anything. Yeah, I don't really want to see that red flash where it just abruptly gets more red. I feel like it's still happening. It's probably fine though. Just weirdly, I thought I set it so that it should be pulling lower in the sky, but it feels like it's not actually getting redder until it's at the middle. But yeah, that seems fine to me. And just to check. Whoops. Let me have it print out the color of the light too, so I know about what it is while it's happening. And I should turn these off. Although I guess I'll leave the time in there. It's fine too. Okay. I didn't mean to pick that up. It's fine. Will I be able to see it get red before it actually goes away? I mean, I should. So it looks like it's going down the right way that I expected it to go down. Just dropping blue. Okay. I might have put it way too early. I might not even... No, I can tell. I can tell. Yeah, it's getting a little bit yellow right as it's finishing, but it's about to fade out completely before it really gets red. Nice. All right. So it didn't get very far. I mean, I guess it did. I guess it actually did. It was pretty much like no more blue. Okay. Alright. I'm doing all this. I'll set the time back to sunrise though. Maybe it should be like 0.85. Yeah. 8.4 even. Okay, that all looks good. I do have a random extra line there, so I will take that out. That was a mistake, right? No, that's already fine. That was just like some small stuff. So we keep waiting until we get the color. Keep looking for it, I guess. Okay, and then I'm sure, I was gonna say I'm sure I don't have any mistakes there. My sampling probably isn't good because it still quite abruptly changes when it crosses pixel boundaries. But I guess I could probably solve that by just having a larger texture. Maybe I should try that. Because I think I can make it larger. Parameters. Ooh, how do I... not there. It's here. I can make this twice as big. It's probably fine. That's a fine... This is this... Yeah, this is a one-time computation. This one actually affects frame rate. And also I may as well crank up the steps. I think there's no reason to... Really? I hard capped myself to 32? You know what? I'm gonna guess 32 was about the limit of what I could even visually tell a difference in. So we'll also see if changing the size of that breaks anything. I guess I could have turned off the fading so I'd be able to notice it way better. It definitely gets redder, right? It definitely appears to get redder. Maybe a little bit. Maybe not. Instead of just looking at it and saying, is that redder? I could actually print out the colors and verify it. Alright, so since I doubled the size of that, I'm gonna see what it looks like. Also, I say I doubled the size of that. Probably didn't really do that. So I may have to... I should probably reload the project, just to be certain. Because I know there's things with that where texture stuff just doesn't actually update. Let me just set it to like a really short time. Okay. You know, it's probably a good idea to do that too, because I have noticed that the sky at night has a lot of weird stuff. That's immediately way more red. So that definitely did something. Wow. Oh, nope, there it is. That was a sudden jump. Okay. I was gonna say, I feel like that really smoothed it out, but maybe it didn't. Let me change my limit on this texture. To 64. Since this cache consider using higher values. Yeah. Wow, let my sky steps go way high. Yeah, I think there's probably no reason for me to have like such a hard cap on that limit. So let me go straight to my max that I set there, and then of course reload. Did I save first? It would have asked me, right? It would have asked me. Cool. I wonder if there's a way to profile how long that takes, rather than just looking at overall frame rate. I guess you could just compute it every frame. It's definitely really gradual, and then it has a pretty abrupt snap there. You know what? I bet it is. I bet that snap probably happens. I want to see this, because if it is, then it means that my interpolation function is just crap and I should have never wrote it. Where am I at? Here. I want to see if this snap happens the first time I compute this pixel. Because at the start, it's not going to be computing it, and then I think that snap probably happens because we suddenly compute that value. I bet it is. Yeah, so we still have that orange color. So I'll just step through this. Yeah. These are all really small values though, too. I wonder if I like compute my values incorrectly, because these are all pretty close together. I mean, I say they're all pretty close together. I feel like I should definitely just have used. Yeah. And then current sun color. Yeah, that is a very big jump to go with. Why is that? It's definitely that my interpolation is like I said, it's just bad. I should probably just use bilinear. Okay, I'm gonna rewrite that for bilinear before I do this and look at that. But I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Back. And before I go running into bilinear, just doing it and hoping that I wrote it correctly, I am going to go back to this video that I had found on interpolation and just watch through it and make sure I'm not going to miss anything important.
By the dimensions of the image to give us a denormalized coordinate. When we were point sampling, we simply took the floor of that denormalized coordinate to get the integer component of it. With bilinear sampling, we're going to do pretty much the same, but I'm also interested in retaining the decimal part of that denormalized coordinate, because that will be a value between 0 and 1, and given that all of the pixels in our image are the same width and same height, that offset value indicates how far in...
What library is he using? OLC VF2D.
To the pixel I need to sample. Now I needed to sample my
his name is One Lone Coder. That's his own.
Immediate neighbours. I need to point sample 4 different cells. This is the cell that I have naturally landed in. This is my right-hand neighbour, and these are the 2 cells below and to the right. You can see I'm getting the location by simply adding a small offset to their position. Once I've sampled these points, I can create interpolations along the top and the bottom. And here we can see the equivalent of P1 times Q1 plus P2 times Q2. There are basis functions, and I'm using the offset in the x direction as my t value. With the top and the bottom values at hand, I can now interpolate along the y-axis to give me my final pixel value. This time using the y component of my offset as my ty value. So there you are, not very complicated. Let's take a look.
Okay.
Here's my image with point sampling, and I'm going to zoom in, and if I press the 6 key, which is mapped onto bilinear sampling, we can see suddenly the image has gone blurrier. The sampling has worked. I can switch back to point sampling by pressing 5. I can flick between the two, but the first thing that strikes me is that the whole image is shifting by 1 pixel. Let's have a look at one of our corner cases. So we're in point sampling now. I press 6. We can see that the sampling is getting it wrong by half a pixel. This is because we haven't taken into account the half unit error, which I showed in the slides. So let's throw that in. But it's quite nice that you can intuitively see why the error exists. As we're sampling up to the red pixel, we're transitioning from blue to red. Once we're in the red pixel, it's red to red, and that works quite nicely. But if we go to the end here, we end up in a situation where we need to transition from red to black. And everything happens with this top left bias. This is easily fixable by adding in a half pixel offset to take into account that we should be sampling from the middle of our denormalized pixels.
Right.
Now let's take a look. I'll zoom back into the top left corner of the image. We're in point sampling mode now. If I press 6, well, there we go. Aesthetically, it looks about right. It's staying where it should be. Let's have a look at some of the other qualities of this sampling method. If we go down to our grids, when I turn on bilinear filtering, we can see that the grid becomes
hard to look at.
diamondy. And if we go to natural parts of the image, they look quite good, but there's a staircase-like effect. If we go to the artificially noisy parts of the image, we see the combination of the staircases and the diamonds.
They look
It
fine,
does a nice
actually.
job. It's reasonably computationally cheap, but I think we can probably do a bit better. We can have a look at the performance. Don't forget we put in a way of measuring it, so in point sampling mode it's taking about 3 to 4 milliseconds per frame, and with bilinear sampling it's taking about 15 to 16.
Oh, he's running this in
There's no doubt about
CPU
it,
too.
then. We are
That's funny.
paying the price for smoother looking imagery. Even though bilinear sampling is almost ubiquitous now in all sampling problems, there's no getting away from the fact that when we try to compensate for the error, we end up with these pointy middles of the pixels, and straight lines between neighbouring pixels. This gives us those staircases.
I think straight
and
lines might
diamond
work for me
sparkles.
because I know that
Perhaps a
my
better way
image is already
to
smooth.
round off the corners of the pixels instead with something like this. So we round down and across. This way, our
But
error
maybe I should use that.
is far smaller, but the transition is less jarring. In fact, if we did use a function which basically created some sort of sigmoid shape, where a sigmoid kind of looks like that, between each pixel, even though the data may have less error, the artifacts are still going to be quite vibrant. What we'll see is instead lots of little circles and sort of circular-like spirally staircases instead. In both of these cases, the problem is because our sampling method is information-starved. Instead, it would be nicer to find some sort of curve that smoothly goes through all of these points. Deriving a function for such a curve is staggeringly complicated, but we can simplify by approximating considerably using splines. Yay! We like splines on this channel. In fact, we like splines so much that I have 2 videos already dedicated to the Catmull ROM cubic spline. And it's exactly this spline that I'm going to use as part of my bicubic interpolation strategy. A word of warning though, if you do go and watch these old videos, they're a little bit more stilted than the ones you see today. To use a cubic spline to
Maybe
interpolate
bicubic
between
would
2
be better.
points, and it must go through those 2 points.
Because
Always
it's
P1 and
I'm
P2.
sure each
We
point
also
takes
need
on
neighbouring
yeah.
information, so P0
Those 2.
and P3 in this case. In
I
the
don't have
context of
any-
image sampling, like before, I'm assuming that the distance between the points is simply 1, and so I can use the offset into the pixel to give me any point along that curve.
I mean, I'm
The
computing it
neighbouring
for 1
are used to
pixel.
influence
per
the
frame.
gradient of the curve
Maybe it's fine to do that.
going through the control
I'm not
points.
doing a whole image,
Therefore,
I'm doing
the
1
neighbouring
pixel.
pixel intensities play a role in how well this section of the curve is constructed. Now, the reason I spent so much time talking about basis functions before is that for linear interpolation, we just had 2 components, P1, Q1, and P2 and Q2. Since we're introducing 2 additional points, we're going to also
He's just writing all the
plus T.
functions out.
Again,
I'm
divided by
familiar with
2.
those.
And finally, Q4 is simply t cubed minus t squared divided by 2. In the splines videos, I try to demonstrate why these basis functions are the way they are. The derivation is quite complex, and you can blame Mr. Catmull and Mr. Rom for that. But the result is that for a given t between 0 and 1, we will definitely go through P1 or P2. And because I've been on a bit of a Desmos kick since discovering it's got all of these new features, I went ahead and implemented it again. Now, one of the important features this time, we must make sure that the distance in the x between our points is the same. This makes our image rectilinear. The spline itself doesn't have to obey that law, but for image sampling, that's exactly what we're doing. So this time, I can move my points up and down, but I can't move them left or right. Now, the nice thing about the Catmull ROM splines, if I line them all up in a straight line, we get a straight line as the result. If I line them all up in a straight line at an angle, see if I can do this, about there and this one up here, again we get a straight line. Perfect. This is going to work very nicely in situations where the linear interpolation was correct. If I put these 2 as the same, and these 2 low, we see we get this parabolic trajectory. Even though we're using cubic basis functions, it can quite happily accommodate power of 2 curves. We also start to observe something interesting here. In theory, our pixel value is luminance in the y-axis. It shouldn't be above the green or blue value.
Yeah.
But because we're putting a constraint that the gradient must be towards the red and orange points, then it has to curve upwards. We've gone beyond the value of our original pixel. We've effectively made this pixel brighter. This is something we've got to be aware of. Now, the pixel game engine will handle this. It will automatically saturate pixels rather than letting them wrap around. It may also mean, of course, that our pixels can go below 0. Now, when we're working with the pixels values during all of these equations, we need to allow that to happen. It's just the final pixel result we need to ensure is within the range 0 to 255. Like with the linear interpolation, I've drawn in the basis functions themselves, although these are explained in the other video. So that was a cubic interpolation in 2D. How do we handle a bicubic interpolation when we're sampling the image? Well, let's pick the same sampling point as before. Therefore, we know our tx and we know our ty values. We also know that we needed to sample p1 and p2. Well, you've probably already guessed, but now we need p0 and p3. And this will give us a single point somewhere there. I've marked it in yellow. So if we cubic interpolate between p0, p1...
Wait, is this actually like cubing?
With respect to tx,
what is that?
To get our y.
Because before you would just do 2 interpolations, now you have to do 1, 2, 3, 4 interpolations.
That implies that we're also going to need points at these locations too. In our y-axis, this would be
I guess you still have just 3 interpolations.
And p3. Well, this means we've got a lot more interpolation in the x-axis to do. And indeed we do. We've also got to get these 4 points, and these 4 points, and these 4 points. In total, we've got to sample 16 points of our image, and we'll need to perform 5 cubic interpolations. The first one is here, then here, then here, then here, and that would give us 4 new control points for a final spline along the y-axis that we can use with respect to our ty to give us the point we're interested in. Conceptually, this is all very similar to bilinear interpolation. We've just got more to do. In 2 dimensions like this is bicubic sampling. So let's code that up. Just as with bilinear, I need to work out the cell coordinate and the offset coordinates. Now, this is where things are going to get a little bit strange. The built-in pixel game engine pixel type will render any mathematical operations applied to it subject to clamping it to the range 0 to 255. This is almost always desirable, until you want to start doing weird maths with pixel values. So I'm going to create an intermediate pixel value structure called a float pixel for the
a little too intense there, Minecraft.
Components. You saw that I need to create a 4x4 array of points.
So yeah, how's he going to handle where we're going outside of the image?
With 2 nested for loops. And in this instance, I'm gathering the point, and then I'm
because when you're subtracting 1, now you're
pixel type by casting the integer component values to floats. I now need
to calculate
go
out
my
by
basis
2,
functions.
actually.
Now before they were just linear, so in the bilinear function, we didn't need to break them out, they're just part of the equations. But that's going to get a bit unwieldy now. Since it's a cubic, I know that I need to take my t values from the offset and square them and cube them. Now, curiously, I'm doing this with a 2D vector, because this will do element-wise operations. So my vt here is the t value in both x and y independently. It goes without saying then that my t cubed value gives me the t cubed value in x and y independently too. I went through the basis functions on the slides, but I've just implemented them directly in code here. q1, q2, q3 and q4. The 16 points that we used originally were to calculate 4 final control points to do a cubic interpolation in the y-axis. So I need these 4 final points storing in my floating pixel type. For the 4 cubic splines that I now need to compute, I've simply got p1 multiplied by q1, p2 and q2, p3 and q3, and p4 and q4. It looks like a lot more because I have to do this for every single colour component of the pixel value. This has finally given me 4 control points along the y-axis, with which I can compute one last cubic spline. I'm going to clamp the range of it and convert it back to an unsigned integer between 0 and 255 to give me my complete output pixel. On the surface, bicubic interpolation seems a lot more complicated, but it really isn't that much different to bilinear. We've just
I feel like I really gotta think about that. Is it worth doing all this?
expanded on the number of basis functions. The complexity
I'll wait till he gets to the point where he's going to show all these together zoomed in,
so we don't get any sort of awkward
because
due to integer mathematics. However, the side effect of doing it this way,
I don't have a noisy texture at all.
Computation needs to be performed
it's a smooth texture.
This was somewhat hidden in the bilinear,
but it's probably going to give me a much better result that I might not even have to really interpolate anymore, or cubic interpolation for reading the color value, but I wouldn't have to interpolate applying that color value because it would already be pretty smooth.
How much more computation effort bicubic sampling is going to require over bilinear, and ultimately over just simple point sampling. Well, now we've gone to all of this effort, I suppose you want to take a look. I've mapped bicubic sampling onto the 7 key being pressed. So let's zoom in, let's see some rectangles in point sampling mode, and now I'll do bicubic sampling mode, and straight away it's very difficult to identify any visual artifacts. We can see it's gone blurrier. Of course it has to go blurrier, we are making up information. But the ladder effects and these sparkles we saw before are definitely minimized. So let's try point sampling, bilinear sampling, and cubic sampling. And if I flick between bilinear and bicubic, we can see the overall image quality is about the same, but with certainly less artifacts. Sorry, certainly fewer artifacts. If I go to the grids are far more encouraging too. So this was point sampling, this is bilinear sampling with the diamonds, and bicubic sampling has kind of brought it back. Now the grid would give us an example of that sigmoid-esque error artifact that I was a bit worried about. And this is
so hard to
an
look at.
Extreme scenario, but it still looks better. And if I go and look at some natural noise, in bilinear mode, it's diamondy. In bicubic mode, well, it just really looks more like a contrast enhancement. I'm sure that's not the right word for what it's called, but the image just looks clearer. Let's finally go and have a look at the edge case we've been using. So this is in bicubic and now looks very nice. So this is a good example of how the pixel has a nice curvature blending it into the background. We go back to bilinear, they look like straight linear ramps instead, and of course point sampling. So between the two, that looks pretty good. In terms of performance though, we are paying a heavy price, which is to be expected. So here in point sampling mode we said it was about 3 to 4 milliseconds, in bilinear sampling mode it's about 15 to 16 milliseconds, and now in bicubic sampling mode it's 26, 30 odd milliseconds per sample in this arrangement with this configuration. Of course there's been no...
And this is on CPU. Let me just check real quick what that is. This is a pretty modern video. So I'm sure he's not running really bad hardware. Maybe I can see anywhere. No. It's also in debug mode, so that slows it down. So he's running like
attempt to really optimize anything here.
Like 0.027. So I'm just going to get like a quick, as they might say, back of the envelope calculation here. This image is 512 by 480. So we have that many pixels, and it's taking let me think about that. Would be like if it took 1 second to render that many pixels, I would do 1 over that time. So yeah, it should be 1027, I think, is kind of what he's averaging here, if I can remember where it's at. Yeah. So we're running at I mean, this is like theoretically how long it takes to render each pixel. Does that make sense? That's 7 zeros. Yep. So that's actually really, really fast. So, but mine already takes like 100 microseconds, which I think is like literally this. Right, so this is milliseconds. And then this would be a microsecond. Right? These are microseconds. I guess it's actually what this is. 100 microseconds is this much. Right, so that's how long it takes. No, that's how long it takes to compute the average color along for the sky intensity. And that's doing, you know, like 500 pixels and adding them together. So this is should just be doing like 16 pixels at most. Although he definitely doesn't handle, he doesn't show how he's handling going outside the range. It just looks like he has a clear color. So if we're outside the range, we just sample blue. I would want to not sample blue because I'm going to start on the edges and those are the most important values. So I need to figure out how to, I guess essentially when I go outside that range, then I...
effort by cubic this
what does he
this was
zoom
somewhat
out?
hidden, demonstrated just how much computation.
Yeah, he zooms out for the whole thing here. He doesn't have anything here about handling when he's going outside the range. We start at 0, we go back 1 and up 1, or X and S to get those values. Why does it say X and S? And why is X on the Y coordinate too? Or no, X is on the X coordinate. S is for some reason not on the Y, or is the Y coordinate. That's really weird. Why X and S? Why did he use S? Huh. That's a really interesting choice to me. Why use S? Because he's written it twice. S is his default, and then he uses X as a nested value. Okay. See, it's storing, which I don't have to do that extra stuff. That's kind of his, that's his code, his library. I mean, I guess I can just, or not wrap it, but clamp it. So if I'm going outside the range, I just say, all right, well, my pixel 1 back is just the same value as this pixel. Which I guess is fine. Okay. So I'll do it. I will do bicubic interpolation. Remove all of my garbage here. Yeah, just straight up remove all of it. I do still need, or I guess pixel center. Yeah, coordinates should never go outside. So I can clamp, well, I do clamp it to 1, so I don't need, alright, I'm just literally going to start over. Literally just going to start over here. From scratch. I'll just call this result and then say it's going to be a color. Start writing my code in here. All right, yeah, I'm going to do bicubic. I think I need it really badly. And then I wouldn't have to do such a long interpolation. All right. If I get negative spectral value, should I be clamping this? Yeah, I feel like if I get a negative spectral value, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Because I feel like I guess I need to figure out why it starts less red and then gets more red on the horizon, because that doesn't make any sense to me. Because visually that's not what happens. It doesn't, there's not a line where it gets more red. It's dark, red, and then it's light. This way it's like light, very red, and then light. Alright. So I need a... He just collects every pixel right off the bat. So I guess I can just do that. I can collect every pixel. I'll get a little bit crazy here and do a byte a packed byte array. Or I guess a float. 32. Let's go straight to 64, honestly. I'll get a float 64, because these are coming in as 64-bit values. So, wait, are they? Hang on, are they? That's actually a great question. Am I rendering this with 64-bit precision or 32? Because if not 32, or if not 64, I should go straight to 64, I think. Because I'm now running the engine in 64-bit mode, so it's not. So is that too much to do? Maybe it's a bad idea. Maybe I shouldn't do 64-bit. They do have it supported. Do they have a comment about this? 64 bits per channel. I feel like I need it. At least for the lookup table. I should just be able to slap that on there and be fine. The sky, I'll go for it too. 64-bit. And I'll see if it possibly complains to me about being bad. Let's go to 3D. I will reload project. Or, I guess, hit save. And then reload. See if we're okay with that. And also, I guess I need to see how much of an impact on frame rate that has. I mean, it really shouldn't. It would just use more. Okay, well, obviously it didn't like that. Does not support usage as a sampling texture. Tough. Alright. Whatever. Can't use it. Do they actually have... Oh, how do they go? Do I get anything that's more than 32 on one of these? No. Pretty much it. I get everything between 32 and 0, essentially. Because I can go down to like 5 bits. But I do not get 32. Or I do not get 64. Alright. Fix that. You only get 32 bits. Okay, so I gotta collect all my pixels. I will have 16 pixels, taking up 4 slots each. So I guess I can just do 16 times 4. Which is gonna be, of course, 64. Okay. And then I can just say, I only do 1 for loop. He uses 2, but you don't need 2 for loops, nested loops there. You can actually just do it in 1. So I'm going to be doing 16 pixels. We're going to start at my floored cell point. So this will be my I mean, I do call it just XY. I'll actually call it UV. A bit more clear what's really going on here. So UV, and then I will do a var how does he do it? How does he get these two values? He has the denormalized, which is just the multiplied, and then he has the cell and the offset. Okay. I guess I can... Okay, and I'll just call this cell, I guess. If I can just do this. I need to know how this constructs. Truncating the fractional part. Good. Rounding towards 0. Good. Okay, so that's how I can get the cell, and then I can, I guess, get the offset. This should just be coordinate minus cell. I'm actually shocked that it let me do that subtraction there. I swear it was complaining to me about adding. Okay, no, it's got to complain to me about something, right? This, yeah, it doesn't like that. Yeah. Dumbest thing ever. Can I do like... rounded down towards negative infinity? What other options do I have? Cubic interpolate. Wait a second. That's only between this and two other values. Pre-A and post-B. Oh, wow. I could actually just run cubic interpolate. I don't have to really do so much math. That's nice. Nice to know. Okay, but do I have... I'll just do this. Or sorry, coordinate. Okay, I get my values here. Collect pixel values for interpolation. Since I'm able to have vectors, can I do... Nah, I think I might just write it out myself. So I think he starts at like that value and he just subtracts 1 from each coordinate and he adds it up. Yeah. Keep some constants. Runs that. VQX and VQY. Okay. I was just kind of looking through that. Yeah, we only need one eye, and I can just wrap it to 4. So when I do mod 4, or divide it by, do integer division by 4 to get my y. So, I guess, yeah, so what I need to do is I need to read the color. I get the pixel of imod 4. So I'm storing it in rows, so X row major order here. And then should be like, yeah, the int of I divided by 4. And then it's going to complain to me about integer division. Ignore that. Thank you. So there's our color with only one for loop. Although I guess it does technically include 2 divisions every time. So maybe using a wrapped loop, nested loop is better. Fine, I'll do that. Can I also do it like this? I can. Alright, so that I honestly kind of hate. I feel like I'm like hiding the fact that I'm doing a nested loop here, so I'm going to take that out. So I grab the color, and then I need to store it in pixel. Just X plus yeah, Y times X. Yeah. Float32 array. So this is the, I guess I'll just save it here. So I will be color R. Cool. We'll line that up so it looks nice. All right. Oh, and this should be times 4. So the first pixel gets 4 values, and the second pixel gets the, from there on, 4 values. Correct. Good. All right, I've saved all my pixels. Now what I would do is compute t's, my t values. Yeah, I compute my t values using the offset, right? Oh, these are actually vector 2s though. Okay, and then those functions, q's, compute my q's. These are all divided by 2, so that's why those are going to be at the front. Negative t cubed. Yeah. Plus 2t squared minus t. Negative t cubed plus 2t squared minus t. And then 3t cubed minus 5t squared plus 2. Minus 5t t squared plus 2. Negative 3t cubed plus 4t squared plus t. Negative 3 plus 4 squared plus t. Good. And then t cubed minus t squared. Is that one really? T cubed minus t squared? Interesting. Ugh. Okay, then we would interpolate over down the rows. Interpolate down the rows. I guess I would say we would interpolate each row. Doing wait, what is he doing here? S. Oh, he is doing along each row. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. So I will be reading. I'm essentially just going to read in the I guess I can do like my pixels, kind of like slam everything down to the 0 coordinate. That should be fine. So I will say, I guess I can just set I here. So I will be or I guess not, right? Pixels. Actually, I guess I can't really read it in like this because I'll be modifying the, well, actually, I'm setting the X value of the first line. I'm setting the red value to the interpolated value across the whole channel, and then I'm setting the green value to the green value interpolated across the whole channel, right? Yeah. So this is safe to write it back to its original thing. Multiply I by 4. And then what do we do here? We're reading in the pixel, the first pixel, second pixel, third pixel, multiplied by the order of the cues x. Okay? Pixels I. So I would stride I stride by 4 each time. And then this is getting to be a long line, so plus 12. Right? So this would be I plus 1. I guess I can just do that. I plus equals 1. You know what, let me even say this. Let me just do another loop here. So this would just be just like this. And hopefully I've not made any mistake, because otherwise that breaks all this. So this is the row interpolation. Okay, so V will be equal to all of this. And And then V is just increasing by 1 each time. Cool. And then I say column interpolation. So that should just be this final line here. I mean, I guess I can take out the nested for loop actually. This would be line them all up. Then I would have that would still be U plus 1 plus 4, I guess. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13, 14, 15. Right? Okay. And then column interpolation, or I guess I could just call this like final interpolation. Out of result, and then result R would be, I'd even just make it like this. So now the first 4 pixels, so, or I say the first 4 pixels. Pixel 1, pixel 0, 4, 12, or 0, 4, 8, 12 are my values, is the final column. So I guess this would really just be 0. Uh, 0, 4. Wait. This is, yeah. This is the red channel. And I noticed a mistake I was typing. There we go. Um, 1 times 4. Wait. Yeah, pixel 0, 4, 8, and 12. So this is pixel 0. 1, just add 1 to each of these values. And then add 2 to each of these values. And then 3. Cool. And then I do have, when I gather my pixels, right, I was supposed to do X. I guess I can just do a clamp. I want to see what they do if I'm out of the range here. If they throw an error or if they just clamp it for me. Because it would be really nice if they clamp it for me. Get pixels gotta be in here somewhere. There it is. Okay, yeah, they do fail if it's... actually, they don't fail if it's negative, though. They fail if it's greater than... Oh, index value? Okay, so I guess since it says index value, that probably means it checks if it's less than 0 or greater than width. So yeah, it fails me if I do this, so... Also, I just realized it's actually even worse. Because I did make a mistake here where I'm not actually tracking the cell. Yeah. Cell X plus X minus 1. Clamp between 0 and the size. I guess is technically size minus 1. Yeah, this has got to be on its own line now. Good. Make sure all my Q's are in and these numbers make sense. Q1, 2, 3, 4, X and Y. T is offset, which is coordinate minus the, coordinate minus the Lord coordinate. Let me be extra sure that I wasn't insane when I wrote that. Offset is denormalized minus... Oh, yeah. I did kind of mess it up. It is supposed to be 0.5. So the cell is my denormalized minus 0.5, and then he floors it. Interesting. Minus 0.5? So if I'm at... coordinate 1, I'm reading this pixel. So my cell comes back to here. What? He takes the denormalized value, so if I say 0.5, I should be square in the middle, so I'd subtract 0.5 and then floor it. If I'm at 1, I'll subtract 0.5 and then floor it. But that doesn't seem right. I mean, I say it doesn't seem right. I guess it's not necessarily incorrect. Oh, you know what? That minus probably handles... Actually, no, this is like kind of strange to me. Oh well. I will just copy him, nonetheless. So, here's my coordinate. He does his cell first, which is that coordinate minus 0.5, and then truncate it. So I guess I'll just do that. Okay. And then he says his offset is going to be this calculation again. Minus the cell. I guess I don't really need to track this like that. Frees up a little bit of space there. Visual space. It just feels a bit strange how that works out. But I guess it's okay. Alright. I'll run with this and see what happens. Alright. So I had a break, that's fine. I want to see what my values are. UV is 0 and 0.5. That's what I would expect. The coordinate is then correct. The cell here claims we are on cell 511 and 120. And the offset is 0.5. This just does kind of feel, it does really feel wrong. Huh. Alright, but I got all my pixels. These look pretty correct, actually. You know, that's what I expected to see. These values basically going RGB A down the line. Alright. And I filled every single one of those without any problems. Although, it does seem weird. Because I'm running it by cell, right? He has cell plus that value, and cell is the denormalized minus 0.5 floored. Denormalized minus 0.5 floored. I mean, his result is correct, right? I can't figure out why this would be minus 0.5. Because say I'm at pixel 1.5 or 1.2 or something. I would think my initial point then becomes cell 1. This would have 1.2 become I don't know. Let me see if he's left a comment or something. He has a demo here. I'm gonna trust it, I guess. I didn't mean that. Okay, probably shouldn't have opened that on stream because, I don't know, maybe he got hacked or something. And I was just about to open something heinous. I mean, it is definitely correct, you know. Right? Okay. No one's complaining about that. No, it's really weird. I don't quite get that. All the cues are in. Sure. I would like to just step over this. Alright, so my first 4 pixels, or I say my first 4 pixels. Pixel 0 should be that interpolation. And then times 4, so 1 times 4. Oh, wait. I actually did this wrong. Yeah, it should actually be times 16. Because each row is 4 pixels and each pixel is 4 things, so it should actually be 16 there instead, not times 4. Yeah, see, times 16 because the last thing I read is at 16. Okay. Good that I caught that. I will just hit continue. So pixel 0 should have this value, and then pixel 16 will have my next value. 16 starts right, 0 and then 1 would be 16. So RGB A RG, okay, yeah, this looks right. RGBA, and then 32 is my next one. RGB and A, and then 32 to what? 32 plus 16, 48. Interestingly, the negative values. which is quite odd. Wait, I'm definitely missing pixel data there. That can't be correct, right? Are those actually zeros? Did I mess this up? I feel like I might have messed it up. These should all definitely have values. So it would be... Is it times 4? Or did I do this wrong? Should it be times 16? Huh. It should be times 16, shouldn't it? Or y times x should be multiplied by 4. So actually it's for every y increase we go up 16. So would this just be actually y times 16? Because this is one set of pixels. Right? Yeah, times 16. It should be y times 16. X plus y times 16. Alright. Alright, let's look at the pixels. Okay, well now I'm definitely doing it strange. Dang. Okay, so the pixel coordinate is going to be x plus y times 16. So for every y, we skip that. And for every x, we need to skip 4. Right? So it should be x times 4 plus y times 16. A row is 4 pixels each. Sorry. Yeah, a row is 4 pixels. Each pixel contains 4 values. I think that's what I'm looking for. I shouldn't see any zeros. No zeros. Unless it could be a zero surrounded by other numbers, but no zeros. All right, good. RGBA, RGBA, RGBA. Oh no, RGBA, RGBA. Making sure they all look correct. They look good. I get values for everything now. So yeah, every step across X is a stride of 4, and every step across Y is a stride of 16. Okay. Make sure to do the same thing here. I'm stepping across each row, so I multiply by 16. And these values even look correct because I go from 0 to 15 every time, and then I read the next row. This case is the first, so pixel, oh wait, this should be a row, right? I'm reading the red values of each column now. Or not of each column, but I'm reading the red values of each row. These are the red values of each column. So there's column 0, 4, column 0, 1, 2, and 3. And this is supposed to be row 0, row 1, row 2, row 3. So these should be like multiplied by 16, right? So yeah, it should be 16, 32, 48. And then I should be reading the 64th value at the end. So this will be 1, yeah, 17, 33, 49. Well, I guess what I'm doing is I'm reading the, yeah. Okay. So 51 should be a alpha value, right? Yeah, it's the lowest value. Cool. All right, so I pack, in the first column, I pack each row interpolation into the first column. So 51 is the first, or 48 is the first pixel of the last column. First column of the last row. Okay. Keep restarting. I wouldn't have to do any of this if I just like used a matrix. Unfortunately, Godot does not give you matrices. It would be nice if it did. Because I just have a 16 by 16 matrix. Red, green, blue. What's weird is like every time I said red, green, blue, every single time these values are different. The first value I read is different. That's like weird to me. I feel like it's such dramatically different values immediately every time. Even though the UV is coming out to the same thing. Wait, how am I reading a different value? Is that what I read the first time? $14, $12, $17, $20. Okay. RGBA. Okay, I feel like that's right. Result is this value. I mean, okay. You know. Right, let me look at these narrowing conversions. Cell X. Oh, you're mad about that. No more narrowing conversion. Okay. I no longer need to see these. But I would like to go back to printing out the color. And I thought I would want to still see time, but it's really not helpful. Where did I have that print? Yeah, I guess I want to print that here. Can I do like color or yeah. I'm going to print it every time I set it so I can see how its value changes. Wow. That smoothed that out like completely. Unless I still have how am I setting it? So I'm just doing updates. Is my timer still really short? Yeah, 0.1. I'm setting it like instantly. Let me make it linear. And I'll just get rid of that. Alright, how does this look? This is only using cubic interpolation on the color from the lookup table. That is so smooth. Wow. Cubic interpolation is actually a good interpolation method? Who would have thought? So I want to watch the color go a little bit longer though. And I don't expect to see any like crazy jumps. This should just like hit ones eventually. So it's essentially white at this point. I know the linear, like, 0 to 1, you're like, oh, it's like 0.8, it's only a quarter of the way there, but that's pretty much white at that point. So I'm going to expect to see this, like, actually just hit ones. Yeah, the blue's coming in. So we're actually at, like, full ones now. Damn. Awesome. I'm trying to spy the sun. I'm going to zoom in right on it and look at this. Yeah, pretty much white now. I believe vector printing only prints out the first decimal, 4 decimals. Yeah. But this is really nice. I actually don't need an interpolation anymore for this. And it will match the actual color of the sky. The radiance of the sky. Or I guess the radiance of what's coming through. Yeah, it's effectively white at that point. Awesome. And let me do a calculation of how long this takes. So I'll just compute sun color. I'll do the timer here. I guess this is coming in as ints. So I'm going to measure this in microseconds. I want to see less than 100. I would like to see less than 100. Wow. 4s and 5s? That's great. Well, I guess technically it's not actually doing anything. Alright, now we're doing something. 30s, 20s. That's perfect. That's perfect. And it is super smooth. Right. That's less time than the sky radiance. I guess I can compute this. Well, we actually do this when we run it in the game. We do it, yeah, in the physics tick. So this is definitely fine. Definitely fine to do here. I'm not really... I mean, physics tick is also put on a timer, right? So this shouldn't infect frame rate at all. Well, I say it shouldn't affect frame rate. It kind of can a little bit. But only if I take like longer than a physics tick. If whatever I'm doing here takes longer than a physics tick, then it's actually going to infect the frame rate. But microseconds, that's pretty good time, I think. That's definitely acceptable to me. And I will leave the timer here. I will leave the timer code there, but comment it out. So yeah, I don't need to do any of this interpolation. I could just set the color straight away. I guess I actually can leave it there and just move this underneath and run like that. Although I should actually interpolate it. Never mind. I should be interpolating because this is on the physics tick. Okay, never mind. It definitely needs interpolation. 100% absolutely needs interpolation. I can just set the interpolation to, you know, what I expect to be running on the physics tick. Uh, yeah, so I will do exponential and out with, I guess I want to go probably 4 times the frame rate. So 4/60 is my thought here. You know, I'll do 5/60. So 0.083. So I'll go 0.084. I'll go 0.085. You know what, since it's like so close to 1, I'll just do 1. Exponential out at 1. Every 10th of a second. Okay. Crazy amount of computation, honestly. And I might even move these out. Yeah, let me go and get rid of those. Time. That's so fast, I really don't need to worry about it. But I will wrap this in a timer. Right here. Okay. Actually bring the prints back so I can watch them both as they run. Make sure sky intensity takes way longer than sun color. It also only updates like every second, so. Wow, a millisecond. That takes a millisecond to run? 2 milliseconds? Yeah, that one definitely, yeah. I'm glad I put that one there. So it's running like 25 to 50 is probably more of a correct 90. Definitely sub 100. Super deep red though. I wonder if I should add a multiplier to this. Because although it looks nice, it probably is a bit too much. I wonder if I could. I mean, I feel like I just want to multiply it by a small factor. Because I feel like that is just too red. It won't make it brighter, it will just make it less saturated. I guess I also need to consider the fact that I'm not multiplying the light energy yet either. So maybe I will leave this calculation out until I know for sure that it's too saturated even when it's fading in. Because essentially what I need to do is I need to compute like I guess kind of the same thing. I'll be using this transmittance color and I'll use that, I'll assign it back to a light energy value. I mean, it does feel excessively red right at the start, but then it looks way better, you know, golden hour and everything. Sweet. Okay. Now to look at the sunset. Should probably start it behind the horizon there. I really need to like get a proper debug thing where I can say like, I would go to my, I just have like a square that's just like a color, and I color that the sunlight color that I'm currently applying. So then I could see like, okay, it's getting red now, right? It's hard to tell that it's yellow here. It really is. Okay, but it's definitely yellow now. I wonder how red it gets then. That's my real wonder is... Also, that just looks smooth the whole time. I feel like I can see it flickering, maybe, but it's getting a lot redder than it was before. And this is really just playing the exact same interpolation, just backwards and on the other side of the sky. Wow, that looked super nice. That looked really great, actually. That's starting to fade out nicer. I'm including the sun disk fade, and then I'm also including sun disk fade plus the light actually Okay. Yep, let me send this. It all looks good to me. Interior shader changed. I can't remember what oh yeah, it was line. It was like spaces at the end of files. At the end of lines. Apply a horizon disk effect, so that's something next that I need to do, and then sunlight color to match transmittance in the sky, and then light energy to diminish. It's kind of technically already correct because the energy is multiplied by the color, essentially, or the color multiplies with the energy. So it's kind of already correct, but I want to exaggerate that way more. So essentially just like square the effect, really. So it stays darker a little bit longer. So I increase the lookup texture. That takes up a little bit more video memory, but going from a 512 to a 1024 is not a big deal for such an important texture. It's not like I'm making 100 copies of it. There's only one texture. So really, as long as it's not taking you more than like a megabyte. I mean, I say a megabyte. I think it's probably a megabyte at that point. Like, that is literally the definition of a megabyte, but as long as I'm not doing like hundreds of megabytes, then I'm fine. So the world, I set the time. I'm going to set that back to sunrise instead. I think it was like 0.185. Yeah, I think I had a 0.185. Right. So I add the README. I'll add environment. Okay. So this was that's a typo fix. Exponential ease out is probably fine. Maybe linear is better, actually. No, because the times are set for exponential. Because I'm really doing it like every physics tick, which is a 60th of a second. This is just to handle higher frame rates. Time changed. Timers, let me comment the timers out. I know that it's really fast. Make sure I go back to 3D and save. All right. Fixed that. No longer checking time on that. Test the brightest portion, which would just be, yeah, the very bottom corner. And then there's my bicubic. I mean, it must be correct because it looked right. Yeah? And I pretty much just copy pasted the code, so it must be correct. The gamma, I added that there because I was thinking about that change from XYZ to RGB, but that's probably better. It's more accurate to what I'm really returning. I am returning a color value there. Transmittance updated. Sun color could be removing blue, so only add positive values. Right, so that's like a clamp there. The larger value of just adding them together. I guess I could also just run a clamp myself. Oh well. Alright, that all looks good. Apply sun color to apply sun transmission color to sunlight. Okay. So color of the sunlight now matches the transmission color. Now matches the transmission color using the LUT texture. I also greatly increased that, so increased LUT resolution and steps, as it is more important now for smooth transitions over the horizon. And then fix some code typos. I think that's all I did. Cool. I'm going to get lunch and be back in a few minutes. And I may as well hit play and put on the sunrise. Right. Back. I've got food, and I'm gonna eat. I'm back. Hey, Danilin. How's it going? All right. So the next thing that I want to do immediately is I was trying to see if I could remember what the name of this effect is. I know it's an effect, I just don't remember what the name is. Go stream hardcore Minecraft. Wow, I can barely talk right now. Sounds very cool. I have yet to really try hardcore Minecraft. I always play the game like it's hardcore. I play on hardcore mode and I really don't die. But I've never actually committed to like playing a world hardcore. Alright, so I'm gonna need this. I think I can close that. Close all this. I will leave Desmos opens because I want to run this code in there. Okay. First time playing hardcore. Yeah. Hopefully you live a long time. How do I even look this up? I know it's a real effect. All right. I've written it before. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go try to find the code that I wrote. I don't think it's on GitHub. Maybe it is. Maybe it is on GitHub. Spooky game? Maybe this is it. Alright, exploring some old code here. So that's all the normal time stuff. Here it is. Atmospheric refraction. That's a lot of values. Okay. Right, so I corrected elevation. Elevation angle, atmospheric refraction is... Here I'm computing it as an additive to the angle of elevation. So the angle is greater than 5 degrees. This is my function. My elevation is less than half a degree, or more than negative half a degree, which I assume this is just the point when the sun is fully, or this is the point when the top of the sun is visible. You have fun? I am. You too. These numbers are kind of nuts. I don't remember. I definitely just copied this from somewhere. And then greater than 5 degrees, this is the function, so this is most of the sky. If we're greater than this value, this is our function. So this is kind of weird. This is like when the sun is not visible. When the sun is far below the horizon, this is my... Yeah, why am I computing that? Strange. So I'm just gonna... I really just like couldn't remember the name of what it was. Interesting. You actually see the thing is upside down too. Right. I mean, that's just like normal refraction. It is also squashing the disk. I would also like to squash the disk. That'd be cool. Astronomical refraction. From a star is 0 at the zenith. Right above. Less than 1 arc minute at 45. Like that. Still 5 at 10 degrees. It quickly increases as altitude decreases, reaching 9.9 at 5 degrees, 18 at 2, 35 at the horizon. All values are for 10C and yeah. Calculating refraction. Why does it only go until it's at 0? I need it when it passes the horizon too. Yeah, I need this in the negatives. The simplest version of this formula, which Smart held to be only accurate within 45 degrees of the zenith, is that. R is refraction in radians. N is the index of refraction at the observer. Depends on temperature, pressure, and humidity. H is the apparent altitude. Cotangent. So I'm just doing powers. There's no... I have the tangent of the elevation angle. Otherwise, it's just the elevation angle. I can open my window more. There's a storm coming. That's why it's getting so dark right now. Yeah, these are some kind of nuts formulas I have here. Those are actually kind of crazy. Where did I get those from? Because they're not here. These are all tangents, cotangents, I should say. Where did I get that from? Apparent angular position and measured distance of terrestrial bodies. Terrestrial. Do I have any 503s and 343s? I have 540. That's not even that. Nope. This is kind of a crazy formula. elevation angle is zenith. The zenith angle is how far down it is. So elevation angle is 90 degrees minus the zenith angle. So if zenith is 90 degrees, elevation is 0. Yeah, if zenith is 90 degrees, which means down here it's 0. If zenith is 0, that means it's on at 90 degrees. 90 degrees, okay. Yeah, I want to see if I can find... Yeah. So Wikipedia didn't get me there. Those are only for positive elevations. I need a negative elevation. Flat Earth. The globe. Deriving equations. Do I see any of these values? I think I just have like... I think I just have several equations that get me close to it. I'm not seeing any real values. Yeah, everyone's got this 5034343 thing. And in red, the light ray under refraction. In blue, a straight line. Light bypasses the curvature of the Earth to a certain extent. Yeah. Elevation, apparent refractive elevation of the observed point. Height of elevation. Oh yeah, you're able to see like the tops of mountains that are definitely not truly in your line of sight. Or this is like the furthest distance anyone's ever seen. This image, probably. These images feel familiar. That's really cool. They say panorama, but it's like... I mean, you're just like taking a picture in a straight line and you're getting all of this in there. It's really cool. Very interesting. What do you think? Google GPT? cotangents. Yeah. Zero till 90. Approximate the reflection when the sun centers below the horizon. Yeah, I mean, this is like actually what's really important, what everyone actually wants to know. Is valid from technical angle. Yeah. Yeah. I remember when I did it, it was actually like correct. I had some good results from this code. So what I'll do is I'll plug all this into Desmos and get an idea of it and plot out, you know, negative angles and things like that. All right. What is this? This is some interesting stuff, but I don't have like any. How have I already forgotten what this is? Oh, this is like density. Okay. New graph. So I'll just chart a technical elevation. In degrees, I guess actually in radians, but you know, degrees. Actually, I don't really want that. So tangent elevation angle. Tangent elevation angle. Elevation angle greater than 5. So I guess I can just start plugging it in. Or I guess this is really going to be like a set of functions here. How do I do this in Desmos? So I have my term and then, or I have my condition and then my equation. Okay. All right. So when x is greater than 5, I'm doing 58.1 over tan of x. minus 0.7 or 0.07 over tangent to the power of 3, tangent cubed. Plus 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros, 8, 6. Tangent angle to the power of 5. All right. So my viewport, x-axis, I guess negative 10 is fine. And then I go up to 90. Degrees as radians, right? So, I need to convert x into degrees essentially. So this would be times like 180x over pi. Or sorry. Right? And I think I do get this value in arc minutes. It's like 3,600 in arc minutes. When I'm greater than 5. Thunder. And it's dark. Alright, so this looks pretty good. But it is getting kind of like a crazy value, isn't it? So I just move the whole thing. 10 to 90. And then sure, negative 10 to 7,200. Does that have like an asymptote at 5 degrees? Because every 3,600 is like a degree. Yeah, I need to see when this is equal to 5. Undefined. Okay, so it has an asymptote at 5 degrees. Why am I using that function then, if that's an asymptote at 5 degrees? That just seems wrong then, doesn't it? Because I can't I have like an infinite... Yeah, I have like infinite curvature at 5 degrees. 58.1 over tan of the elevation angle. Minus 0.7 tan cubed. Yeah, something here just seems weird. I have these two divisions here in a row. Minus and plus. Oh, it's actually this. Okay, good. All right. Yeah, 5 is undefined. Okay, good. This is way more correct. Yeah, because these are coming in as degrees, right? This is how I'm computing it. Angle in degrees. Yeah. Okay, yeah, these are in degrees. I thought I was getting arguments, but I actually got confused about what was happening. This result is like in arguments, and then that's why I have to do that multiplication. But this should be like -1 to 10 or whatever. Okay. $15.90 in degrees? What? Is this actually in arc minutes? Right, I do a final division by that, so... Arc minutes. How many minutes in an hour? 60. How many minutes in a degree? It's 3,600. Okay. I might actually just do this, and then say that this is going to be when x is greater than 5. Where did I find this from? This is really interesting. Interesting code. An interesting equation. I'll call this E1. And I'll have E2. I mean, I'm just going to use it. I can't find anything better, and this looks really good. Like someone really sat down and measured it, and then like came up with a piecewise function that gets you the result you're looking for. And this one doesn't even have any tangent happening. 1735 plus elevation angle, so plus x. We're just x is greater than negative, I think it was like 575 or something. 575. Cool. Very smart. So plus elevation angle. Or I guess it would just be x times that whole term. Uh, 735. Negative 518.2 times, or plus x again. Negative 5182. Plus 1034, or times 1034 plus elevation angle. Plus, and then times. Add, times, add, times, add. X times negative 12.7579. Point 711 x. One 735 518.2 103.4 negative 12.79 and 0.711. So the function does appear discontinuous, which kind of sucks. It is discontinuous. But I could probably deal with that, honestly. Yeah, there is a big discontinuity there. I could pretty much just change this additive term here to bring it down so it lines up. That's a pretty straightforward value right there. So should this be just x? No, it definitely should be x. Cool. Yeah, it is discontinuous, which sucks. But this term I can just kind of move down, is what I would really do. So honestly, let me just unlock the viewport and like zoom straight in here and make it continuous at this point. Because that's going to be an obvious... I say obvious. These are such small values, but I really would like this to be continuous here. Let me set it back. Can I just increase this value? does this really change? Let me get E2 of 5 and then E2 of okay, so it is undefined. Wait. Oh, I can actually... It's actually computed right there. Never mind. So this, the one up top, I assume just also goes down some values. Yeah. This one is interesting though. That value is going up very, very slowly, but this one is coming down kind of quickly. So what about this one? I come down over 1. The top barely changes though, right? Yeah, the top barely moves with this term. I wonder if I can even do this one. Yeah, the top is barely moving. This one's coming down pretty fast. So let me also just get E1 of 5. So this value is too high. Five, 6, what I'm looking for. Just a little bit less than that. Six, I can actually get this really close, can I? Yeah, this is actually really close now. Let me do... Which one of these is closer? This one's definitely closer with that term. Alright, so that's the term I'll use. And this value almost didn't change. This used to be 711 to a 69.65. Yeah, that top value literally barely changed. Sweet, alright. Rest of these are lined up and that top value barely changed. Very nice. Right, and then this one would just be missed a bunch of frames today, apparently. Like 400. So when we are below this angle, then we are less than or equal to this value, negative 20.772 over the tan. .772 over t of x. Yeah, so let me see what this like peak value is here. Those are very close, but they could be even closer. Probably just by making this value a little bit further apart. You also say equal to that. And then I want... Alright, so I want to get these dialed in really, really close. Alright, so... How close can I get before this hits? That close. Alright. Alright, so let's look at the range 6 to -1, I guess. And then I can go up to 400. I guess more like 500. So here's my points. This one is discontinuous very, very slightly already, but I could get that better by essentially just raising this value. So I could say 0.01 there. So -0.09. So I can get that one pretty close, and then this one I would just raise the value, I think, or lower the value. This value is dropping pretty dramatically. Alright, so it's actually pretty dang close to getting these lined up. Although this one I think I want to be a little bit more precise, so I can probably just say like 4. 3 decimal values in there. Very, very close. And this one probably... Yeah. This is really close. Okay, and then I guess I could actually make this an 8. No. So I have 4 decimals. Cool. So these are the functions I'm going to go with. And in fact, since they're so complex, I'm actually just going to like, what could I do? I could take like a screenshot, I guess. So since only 4 when it's greater than 5. This is greater than or equal to 5, or that. And since this one actually includes a division and a tangent, I'll leave those two as undefined and match these up. So save this as a what is it? Yeah, altitude refraction. And like I said, these are in arc minutes. So I divide these by 3600 to get the final value. And this is almost a full degree. So you will see it earlier. Where these are in degrees. So yeah, you'll see it like a lot earlier, I guess. This function is kind of ridiculous though. Honestly, this function is kind of ridiculous. And also it shouldn't really be sharp here, it should be like it should be like a curve here, I guess. Should invert and then curve and not be a sharp line, but this is actually really good. I remember using this and it worked very well. So, yeah, I'm gonna do like a screenshot of these equations here. I don't really have like an image viewer, do I? I feel like I don't. And I guess I can just open it with Krita. Cool. All right, I've got it there on the side. So essentially when I do update sun, hour angle, yeah, I guess at the end of this I take like, there's lightning now. I might lose, the stream might drop out. This is a common problem I have. Although it has not happened in a very long time, so they could have fixed it. Yeah, let me just put these inside of here, because this is where I compute the whole rotation. And then from there I would rotate it up and down according to you know, angles. Rotate X. Local transform on the X-axis. Give an angle in radians. I guess I can just say... I was going to say maybe I don't do it every frame. Maybe I don't do it on certain times, but I kind of have to. So, it'll just be added. Or apparent elevation. Should be compute. Is apparent spelled that way? Parent. Parent. Get apparent elevation, and I just kind of pass in. I just pass in the basis. And the exact same effect happens to the moon. It's identical. Okay. What makes you call it refraction? Actually, is the y component like the cosine theta? When it's 1, it's up. When it's 0, it's horizontal. Is that actually just sine? No, that's cosine. Oh, it is cosine. Yeah, so I just need a float. Compute refraction cosine theta, and it will return a float. That's going to complain to me about something, I bet. Compute refraction, zy, and then this is zy. All right, I'm adding that to my banned terms list now, so I don't have to keep doing that. How do I do this? Settings, moderation, block terms and phrases, awesome. Cool. Yep, get out of here. You're annoying. You're annoying and need to find a real job. Use an elevation offset. It's an elevation offset. Due to shear refraction and the curvature and gravity of the Earth. Light from an object below the horizon can be seen. Yeah, I don't need that extra bit there. Okay, and now my equations. So I only have to compute the tangent in 2 cases, and I'm going to favor the case which is on the horizon, which is a lot better. In terms of computation, it's just like 5 multiplications and some adds. Or rather 3 multiplications and 4 adds. Okay, so cosine theta, which is an angle, I guess I can just compute the inverse of that angle. In fact, I'll do it in degrees, because that's how I record it there. Maybe I shouldn't. Because that'll save a little bit of time. So, call it rads. Or just angle. Will be the cosine of cosine theta. So when this value comes in as 0, the angle is 0, right? I'm just going to verify that cosine starts at 0. Okay, no, I want the sine. 0 is, I want the sine, never mind. So with the sine of theta, right? The arc sine. Is this defined in the negative range? I think it's like -1 to 1, right? Desmos. My eyes. Arc sine of x. Cool, yeah. -1 to 1. Or actually, sorry, negative pi half to pi half. Or no, yeah, sorry. I'm looking at the x. -1 to 1. And 0 is 0. 1 would be pi half, which is 90. Correct. Good. Alright, so sine theta. Alright, my equations here. So, when it's greater than 5, I need this for pi, but I can also just do like radians of 5, this value. So if my angle is Let me go and clamp this from 0 to 1, or negative 1 to 1. I mean, it should always come in negative 1 to 1, right? And technically it's never going to be exactly negative 1 to 1. But I have seen, okay, I have seen stuff scale weird, and like a value that should be like straight at 1 is not exactly 1. So just in case, I'll leave it there. So if angle is less than that value, or greater than this value, that is a really complicated function though, actually. Because that's going to be applying throughout the whole sky. I mean, it's not, I don't know why I'm thinking it's like an expensive thing to compute the tangent. Arctangent is expensive. Tangent's not. So I just return 58.1 over tx minus over tx3 plus, and then this is a interesting term, 4086 over tx to 5, which I guess I don't really need to write it this way. I could just do tx. Just do that. And I'll just have tx3. And then I'll just do tx times tx times tx3. And now that's the power of 5. So this term times 1 over 3600. Cool. So otherwise, if the angle is greater than, I even leave a note here. Negative 0.575 degrees. And I wonder if this function, I can even apply it to... I can't really apply it. I was going to say I could apply it directly to the sky shader to squash the objects, but it's not a smooth curve where it inverts, so it wouldn't look good. And plus, if it's in a shader, I could use a more complex thing. Which honestly, it probably even exists on Shader Toy. You know what? I'll even go look right now. Unknown error. Tough. That's really tough. Whoa, that's... What is going on? Oh, the sun doesn't move, does it? Yeah. Interesting. Why didn't he wrap it? I guess let me just go to shader toy then. I only got 2 results. Whip 01. Wow, this is really... Perspective index as a function of altitude and wavelength. Wow, yeah. I can't compute all that. Or I'm not smart enough to understand all that. I wonder what the red and black lines are. They're very thick lines. I'm just trying to see what they might do for this, if they even do it correctly. Do they have a sun position? Because they need to have a sun position. Sun distance. Dude, why do people write shaders like this though? No spaces. It's like they're saving time by not having a space. I don't know why so many people write like that. Okay, unfortunately not. Guess I'll just search for refraction. Yeah. Maybe I should search for sun. Someone must have written this already, right? Someone definitely did this. They have warnings. That's pretty cool. Unfortunately, there's clearly no refraction happening there. This does look like a very light shader though, which is kind of crazy. Wow, wait, that's kind of crazy. This is a really light shader. I don't see a single loop. It looks pretty good. Especially that. That looks really good. Although I do see kind of how it's doing a bit of faking. Right, it changes the bottom to be white, and then it fades in this texture, apparently. Or seemingly, it just fades in that texture. Pretty cool, though. GPU sound. What does that even mean? I mean, it has to be like refract. I feel like it's not finding anything, it's just serving me everything. Because when I type in refraction, then it's like, oh, never mind. I thought I typed in refraction earlier and I got like literally one result. I'm killing the website and my GPU. Okay. One frame missed. This is so funny. This room is in so many of these. It's literally a third one. A fourth one, a fifth one, a sixth one. Oh, they made those ones bounce. Physical chromatic aberration, and nothing happens. Okay. This room keeps showing up. Can I really look through all 67 pages for the chance that I might find it? Probably not, right? I probably shouldn't. I should probably stop. This room is so silly. Poor man's RTXD noise. Cool. Yeah, I can't find this. It's not on Shader Toy, unfortunately. Hey, this guy actually moved some stuff around and put a light up there. With the extra mile. Room, dude. The two spheres, the two colored walls, Minecraft RTX on. Yeah, that's an intense one. Alright, can't find any. I've gone through like 20 pages now. It's not there. Okay, back to the real equations. If we are greater than this value, If we're greater than or equal to this value, I guess I should actually say if I am less than this value. Then I'm doing I just return it. I don't need that. Return negative divided by the tangent of angle. Okay. Otherwise, I'm returning this super mess. I am running this as angle in degrees. So, right? I am running this as angle of degrees. Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah. Because this is going to come back as... All right. Returns the angle difference in radians. If I were to change this to be let me see if the method still works. If I were just to do it as tan of x, yeah, this one is tuned for degrees. So, yeah. Angle will just be radians 2 degrees. Yeah. If we're greater than 5, if we're less than negative 575, constant of returns angle difference in radians. I do a division by 3600, and then that's all in degrees. What is 1/3600 in radians? I mean, I guess I would just say a constant, right? Degrees to radians times arc radians. Degrees to radians times arc radians. All right. Radians to degrees, so angle. Here we are. All my digits are typed in correctly. 17350948 0686745. Cool. And that's very, very continuous. Very little gaps in between there. Okay. And that's like actually thrown in there. That's it. All right. Let's turn off the terrain and look at what happens as I bring it around the horizon. Turn those off. Yeah, turn that off. I need to hide gizmos. All right. Zoom right into there. Okay. So as I move this around, it's gonna come up and kind of slow down. I mean, is it? It's actually kind of hard to tell if it is or not. Play real time. It should kind of come up quick and then slow down and then kind of linger there. Yeah, I feel like it definitely did. Okay. I'll watch that again without this term. Without. I mean, honestly, I can't really tell. Let me just bring it to the horizon and hide the water as well. So the sunlight transform should be basis, please. So it's a bit negative. So I need to bring the time forward slightly. Is that good? Still a bit negative. Wait, so it points to it, so it should be pointing up, right? It'll have a positive value. Wow, I feel like I'm moving this really far, and it's not quite. Oh well. Yeah, if you go like quite a lot further. There we go. And you like double it again. Okay. All right, there we go. That's like right at the horizon. So I guess actually I would just look at where the biggest change is, but I should just be able to open the script or flip that on and then move it down a little bit. Or just make it update. Is that moving? Do I have to reload the scene? Okay, let me move it until it's touching right there. Okay. Reload scene. Huh. Why does it seem like it's not doing anything? Yeah, because it should be moving like this far. Is this, like, wrong? Compute refraction? Wait, was I turning on and off the moon one? Wait. Surely I was not, right? Wow, why is it not moving? Alright, let me get this to where it's going to be the highest value, which would be like negative 7.5 or something like that. Let me have this script print out. And then I'll print this again. Alright, so it says it's doing something. And these are in degrees. Wow, why is it actually so small? That seems way too small. In degrees? A half degree? Really? Five and 575 is the most intense change. Let me just make sure this is right. So it should be like really near to 90. Okay. I think I just have like the wrong thing somehow. Whoa. That was a big flash of lightning. That's loud. Very loud. The dog even barked. So what I'm really looking for is to make sure these are correct. So for greater than 5, we use that. Greater than 5, I'm using this. The T3, T5. In degrees. T3, T5. If my angle is less than negative 0.575, I would use this. Yeah. I feel like something's got to be wrong here. Let me try and bring this down again to radius of degrees, arc sine of y, right? Five, 9, 7. Okay, I need to go up a little bit more, I guess. Yeah, this is the most extreme change, and it's by 0.01 degrees. I don't think that's correct. 0.01 degrees. It's almost not even worth calculating if I'm changing it by 0.01 degrees. Like straight up, it's almost not worth calculating if that's the difference. Let me get that difference. .007. I mean, yeah, that's not right. Because an arc minute is... This is getting a value in arc minutes. So like 2100 or 36C, I should have a half degree change. there should be a half degree change at this point. I'm not seeing a half degree change. I'm seeing a 0.007 degree change. So it's definitely wrong. I just don't know what is definitely wrong. These seem correct, though. These do seem correct. You know, I think my horizon's about there. So if I were to just like stick my finger there and bring the time forward toward the center. So I expect my thing to be, I expect this light to be very close to 0. Yeah, it's very close to 0. And that was like where the most extreme difference should be, and it's, which would be a half degree at that point. That'd be a half degree. It's very small number. So I really don't know what I did wrong here. Oh, is this supposed to be? Let me get my image opened back up. So it should be 0.7. Oh wait, I am converting it to... Oh no. So it should be this, and that's the tan of the angle. And then on this case, I actually have... X. This might have been my mistake. That could have been my mistake. Which weird is I feel like I noticed it, but I felt like it also was like not enough. But I should not have even been able to notice that, honestly. Okay, so we're still... I mean, I guess we're not totally wrong. There should be a half degree difference when I bring this down. I think I still have some mistake left over. When I do T, I do dude, okay. Right, I'm doing this. I'm doing everything in degrees. X will be clamped. Oh. I don't even need this clamp. Never mind. That's funny. Don't even need that. So I'm going to do 10 of the angle, multiply by pi, divide by 180. Actually, I guess I just do... Convert it back, and then do... arc degrees. Yeah, degrees to radians, okay. And then I don't need that anymore. This can just go back to angle. Okay, can we get a half-degree difference here? Nice, that's a half-degree difference right there. Okay, but then it has a little bit of a problem. So I've done something wrong somewhere. Right. I mean, it's still not quite like half a degree. It should be half a degree here. Yeah, it's something alright. Maybe I should figure out how to make that smooth. Let me see if I can do something here where I get a little bit creative. I will see about sampling a bunch of points and then trying to fit a quadratic curve. So let me do that. Y-axis, I guess 0 to, yeah, 21's fine. What does it approach like pretty close to 0? When do we go like under 100? Actually, how much is like 100? .02 degrees. When do we get to like 0.1? That'd just be like 36. Yeah. Okay. And it crosses at 90, right? It should cross at 90. Yeah. I think Google Drive has this, don't they? Because if I can just get like a single quadratic equation. Yeah, I mean, that's a quadratic equation right there. All right. Yep. A polynomial should work here. So let me try to... I guess I could sample like every half degree. What is my equation at? Who has that one? E2. I guess E3 also has it. Negative 0.5, okay, well, negative 1. 1190. Can I get a logarithmic on the x? Okay. Not really. Does this also cross at 90? It does. Okay. So really I would just have a curve that crosses at 90. I guess I could create one. Let me see if I can find a bit more. It's technically not atmosphere refraction. Should be like optical refraction. Solar disk position. All right. Apparent elevation. What is this? Light time effects. Annual aberration. Where is this? Where did he get this from? This is really hard to find. How did I find this? Like, where did this math come from? Where did this come from? Like, these are some crazy equations. I did not come up with these. I can tell you, I did not come up with these. There's no way I did. I don't believe I did. They're just crazy. These are some crazy equations. What does this one look like when I just uncap it? It's that. Okay. What about this one when I uncap it? Yeah, minus refraction. What do you mean refraction? Right? I mean, it's also not even that, like, the gravity of the Earth also brings it in. I mean, maybe not by very much compared to the atmosphere, but... It's really bright now. Close the window. Oh, it's still really bright. Still too bright. I'm just looking at the glare off my head, and it's like half my face is bright white. George Konstantin Boris measured a refraction of as much as 4 degrees for stars on the horizon. 2 degrees. Yeah. Well, this is what I don't get. Apparent altitude. I guess this is how much of that apparent altitude is contributed by refraction. Wait, this one even has it as like 35. Really? Was mine in arc seconds? Mine might have actually been in arc seconds then. Actually, yeah, mine is in arc seconds. That's what it is. R is the refraction in arc seconds. In seconds of arc. B is atmospheric pressure in millibars of mercury. T is the temperature. Give results within 1 arc second for refraction from 15 degrees above the horizon to the zenith. H0, height of the homogeneous atmosphere. This formula is used in the U.S. Naval Observatory's vector astrometry software, consistent with more complex algorithm, which 0.07 arc minutes over the entire range from the zenith to the horizon. Determining the refraction from true altitude. If h is the true altitude in degrees, refraction r. They say true altitude. They don't mean apparent altitude. Yeah. Can I just use this formula? Refraction in arc minutes. 1.02 cotangent h in degrees. Let me try plugging this one in. X plus 10.3 X plus 5.11. H is the true altitude in degrees. In degrees. Why do they say degrees? It's kind of weird. It gets pretty insane. Why are they always white, too? What? Is this really supposed to be like pi over 180? And then... I mean, what's really going on here? What? I mean, this is just useless. Have to multiply this all by okay, here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. So does it hit at 90? Seems to. So arc minutes is a full degree, right? So I guess this is like a this is a half degree. This is almost a full degree. And then at -5 degrees is where it cuts off and crosses. Yeah, the function gets insane there. Yeah, once we're more than 5 degrees below, I can't use it anymore. It just becomes 0. Okay, so I guess this one actually is a fine method. It does carry on to negative values. apparent altitude. I guess I could probably use this, couldn't I? This is pretty good. It just has to be over 5 degrees. When I pass 5 degrees, I can't use it anymore. 1 second, I'll be right back. I'm back. Ugh. Okay. So this equation actually really dang good, honestly. So I use this. It is a single function and it's continuous. Right? And it gives me good values from, you know, -5 to the horizon. Or -5 to the zenith, right? This is a really funny portion right there in the middle, though. Super crazy at, what is that, like negative? I don't even know. I guess it's probably like 5.11 or negative. Well, yeah, that would make sense because that is a division by 0. Yeah, undefined. Interesting. It's almost like a random number generator. Just very slightly changing it and it's going crazy. All right. So I'm going to use this one. Cotangent, which is, I don't know, maybe that's an expensive function. I don't know. And it does come out in arc minutes, which means I only have to divide it by 60. So yeah, 1.02. I'll even just copy this and probably be able to paste it here. A much simpler calculation. And like I said, and it's continuous, so. Yeah, arc 2 degrees is just going to be 1 over 60. Radians 2 degrees. And then I would just compute cot, right? Or atan. No, I am looking for cotangent. Is cotangent the same as arctangent? I think arctan is the formal definition where it is the reciprocal of tangent. Arctangent is the inverse of tangent. Okay. So cotangent is equal to 1 over the tangent. Okay. What about hyperbolic tangent? Hyperbolic tangent. Yeah, but don't we have sine, cosine, but we don't have like cotangent. Okay, well, that can close. I don't need that anymore. And that's just impossible to read, honestly. So I need 1.02 times 1 over the cotangent. I guess I could actually factor into this value. 1.02 times 1 over tangent. So let me see about getting this just to be that value. It's pi over 180, and then 1 point. Is that the same? Yeah, so 1.02 divided by this gets me the same values. degrees to radians of angle plus 10.03 5.11. And this is in arc degrees, so I guess I could even assign that value. So it'd be 1 over this result times 1/60th. Which would be the same as, or yeah, times 1 over 60. I guess that could just be 60 here on the bottom. Well, divided by 60 is what I would do. I would take this result and divide it by 60, which is the same thing as I don't remember. .48. So 28.98 divided by 60. It's 0.483. Okay. So it would be that. 60 times that. I just feel like this constant out here could probably be figured out. It does actually have to be 1 over because, I mean, yeah, just do that. Ugh. Cool. Okay. Now this should get me something consistent here. Whoa. Okay. I got that wrong right away. Right, so this gets me degrees, so then I need to do back to this. Okay. Now it's reasonable. Ooh, right, I have a mistake here. If the angle is greater than -5, strictly greater than -5, return that. Otherwise, I just return 0. I guess I could say if we're less than 5, return 0. Good. Clear that. Alright, so here comes the sun. true and apparent. Yeah, it just makes it look higher, right? And as it gets higher and higher, these values should converge to about the same result. Yeah, they're already really close. Alright, editor real time. How does it look? So does it always make it look like it's higher than it is? Yeah, it always makes it look like it's higher than it is. So you see it early. And yeah, it kind of stuck there a little bit. Okay. It's pretty good. There we go. And since this is actually a continuous function, I could even apply it to every pixel on the sun disk. So the sun actually squashes on the horizon. Or at least that's what it should look like. But who knows? Maybe I do that and it looks really bad. And I find something else for it. Cool. That does look really cool, although it's totally broken. Shadows are totally bugged out there. You know, just see what happens when I turn on fog. I know it's going to make everything look way better, but how much better? I mean, that's pretty nice. That's pretty cool. What about the town? Can I see the town? I can see some of the roads. But that's it. That actually looks pretty pretty. Pretty? Quite pretty. I just have to get... The fog will be eventually thrown in there and made very good. Because it should match the color of the horizon, so it'd be like orange right now. You know, it'd be like this color. Although apparently it doesn't care about that. Why is this not doing anything? Why is the fog definitely, like, wrong? I need to turn off that printing. Cool. Yeah, why is it, Odd. Yeah, why is it actually doing this? Glow. Glow. Yeah, why is that not the right color? It's really strange. Okay, apparently I had to save something. Fog is definitely not the right color. Like I'm making it blue and it's... Wait, does that blend it in with the... Oh. Can I like eyedrop this? Whoa, okay. Black screen. Alright. Yeah, that's what the fog should look like. But then I did like aerial perspective 1. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. Whoa. Hmm. Why does it look like this? It's really weird. Because it should match the color of... Should be this. But then back here is like really bad. I guess technically since I have sun scatter on and it's probably just shining white light, that's probably why. What if I just use volumetric fog only? I mean... It is a bit weird. But this is like pretty close to what I would think it should look like. I thought fog was like reading. I guess it doesn't. I guess I have to set it to do that. I guess I have to write my own fog shader. Right? I can't just turn it on. I have to write my own. And that stuff with the ground. I gotta find some way to fix that. Wait, actually? Also need to go back a bit. Like 525. It's definitely less noticeable. I think it's probably only really when it's... Never mind. I can see the patchwork on the ground. Very yellow light. I think it does look really cool. It looks super cool. The more I work on this, like, skybox thing, the more... I mean, I would hope so, but the closer it starts looking to reality, I think it's really, really cool. Because real sunsets and sunrises are very, very pretty. Okay, so that's this thing done. That applies. Correctly. So yeah, let me restore that. Let the readme. Then this is world scene. Let me turn those back on. So before 185 was before sunrise, and now like 184 is before sunrise. Cool. Add a refraction, add a refraction. Very, very simple scripts. Awesome. Although, oh, I just realized. Technically, this doesn't apply to the moon. So rotate by the lunar hour. This is just an extra elevation change. So I need to make sure that this yeah, these actually have to come out of here. And instead happen here. I guess I'd actually just say if updated. So wait. Where do I give it to the moon thing? Moon mesh. Because somewhere I have to give this to the moon. Does update shader do it? Moon view shader. Yeah. So this has to take in... It actually kind of has to take in two different things. It has to take in the true moon and sun positions, and then the apparent positions. Yeah. But the sky material does need the apparent position, and then the moon, it needs the real position. Hey, Danilin. How's it going? How are we going to do this? I'm just going to make them parameters. Do I ever just pass the straight sun basis anywhere? Hardcore mode is way easier than I expected. Well, it's just hard mode. Until you die. Then it's, you know. Oh man. I always play Minecraft on hard. Only time I won't is if I'm not, like, trying to be... Like, it's not a long-term world, or I just really want to relax and not worry about monsters. Yeah, these are just directions. Moon True does need the actual basis. And then Moon Apparent needs the vector 3. Moon basis. Yeah. Sky material, moon basis. So this one takes the moon apparent, which is a basis, which, whoops, okay. Dot Z. Sky material gets moon apparent. Which I'm not even sure why it takes in the basis, because it's just rendering the texture. Why does it get the whole basis? I feel like I need to see why. Moon basis. I direction times moon basis. Oh, it's because I need to know the... Yeah, that makes sense. I have to actually know the rotation of the moon too in the sky. I can't just... Yeah. Yeah, the UV needs the whole basis, so that's why. Yeah, which this one gets the moon apparent. This one gets the moon true. Double it and give it to the next one. Yeah. Sun apparent. This one needs the true value. Sun true. This one also needs the apparent value. Okay, I'm not using sun or moon anywhere in here. Good. Alright, so somewhere up here when I call update shader, yeah. So I just copy it in there, and then I can just do moon rotate. So this takes a sun true and a sun apparent. Using sun and moon, Nintendo wants to talk with you. Okay. Yeah, sure. This is legally distinct sun and moon. Yes. They should, right? All right. All right. So this should just look the exact same, really. 5 errors. Don't care about that. Bam, sun. So I mean, honestly, the difference between those two is going to be so small. It's only like a half. I mean, I guess it is like a full degree at the highest. At the highest values. Like if they're both just coming over the horizon, it'd be like a full degree difference. But this should be enough to... It shouldn't be enough to really notice, I think, but it's good that I have that properly sent to the shader. Very cool. He's so dark in there. Okay. All right. And I'm just going to double check again, just visually look at this and make sure that these are indeed the correct values. I guess what I really look at is the difference. Make sure that that makes sense. Cast true values for shader. Look at me, I'm doing a double rotation. Classic. Let me fix that. So funny. I feel like I did that once a long time ago where I had a double rotation, and then it has not happened since. But you've been like talking about it, and now it's I just did it. Thankfully I caught it. So the sky material should get the apparent direction. It does. The moon view shader should get the true position. It does. The sky compute should get the apparent position. It does. The sky material should get the apparent position. It does. The moon view shader should get the true. It does. Sky compute should get the apparent. Good. And those ones were moon shadowing calculation. Yeah, so that needs the apparent position because that's where it appears in the sky. As soon as the player shoots the sun 256 times, a solar flare hits the map. I didn't think of anything like that. I did think of having, if you stare at the sun above like a certain elevation for too long, your whole screen just goes white and you like become blind. But I didn't think of anything actually happening if you were like shoot the sun. There's like some Easter egg, I think, in like one of the zombies games where you have to like shoot at the moon, or you just look at the moon through like something and you get jump scared, but it's like an Easter egg step. Or maybe it's just a jump scare and it's actually nothing. Do it to some gun that doesn't have many bullets like the revolver, so it takes a lot of time. I mean, if I do anything that takes a long time, it has to be really cool. I have to weigh like how much time I can spend on making something really cool versus, you know, how willing is someone to actually just do that, even if they know that something special happens. Alright, so that all looks good to me. I passed true, sun apparent, moon apparent, sun apparent, moon apparent. Good. Okay, I think it's kind of it, right? I guess what I want to see is that my sun direction and all that stays exactly the same. So let me see if those will stay the same. If I go back here, and I probably have to do 8, what was it? $185. I guess I'll just hit play. Exit. Reload saved scene. Just to try and like really convince it to save this. So I expect that I don't see a difference on moon. Okay, so the moon orbit basis doesn't change anymore. But those angles I expected to be very close together. They are really not. Something like this. Why are these values quite different? I gotta crack my knuckle. Alright, what is this?
Hey guys, welcome back. Now, if you saw my recent video on exploring Resident Evil 4, you may have seen the part where we came across a mystery texture of someone stood way off in the distance in the background scenery, and it was so intriguing to me that I really wanted to find out more about it. The problem is, I can't find any information anywhere. It's almost as though it doesn't even exist, which is why I thought it might be worth creating a totally separate video, mainly to show you guys who may have missed it in the exploring video what we found, but also to see if anyone out there knows anything about this. It appears just after the helicopter scene where Mike unfortunately gets blasted out of the sky. So I've done a bit more testing on this, and if you remember in the previous video, with the normal rifle scope we cannot even see the person. However, since then I tried using the extra attachment scope, and with the extra zoom, if you look very closely, we can just about make out the outline of our mystery person, although it's still not very clear and very, very easy to miss. Of course then, in the original video, I flew the camera over and this is what we saw. Now take a look guys, like I said in that previous video, and still even now, I cannot seem to find any information or anything else on this person and why they're up here. It's almost as if this doesn't exist on the internet from what I can find, although of course it is a large place. But I think this may be the first time this has even been shown after all these years. But if not, and you guys know where there is any more information about this, I'm going to call it an Easter egg because I'm guessing that's what it is. I'd love to hear from you. Maybe together we can even
I feel like usually like games had these like
could it be a developer or someone
who just took like a cut out PNG of them and put them somewhere in a map.
Texture, and when I went through the texture files, I actually found it. So here it is. The original texture size was very, very small, like most are. But in this one, I've blown it up and you can see it a bit more clear. So that is it, guys, at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't tell you any more about our mystery person, but if I do find any more information out, I'll be
Interesting. I could. It's very, I mean, honestly, I was thinking about how I'm going to control the player to stay, well, I mean, not control, but encourage the player to stay inside the boundaries of the map. And my thought is that I would have a hunter that appears once you get close to an edge, and they would just start shooting at you. But you would be able to shoot them back, and, you know, once you shoot them, then you're able to, like, freely just jump out of the map, I guess. Didn't Halo have something like that where they'd recall? I don't remember anything about a recall. But there is, like, a developer someone who's, like, wearing a janitor outfit, and he's holding a mop. And I think it's Halo 3. Like, right at the beginning of the Ark, I think. Maybe is it called the Ark? Like oh no, it's the last level of Halo. Yeah, the last level of Halo called Halo. Like right at the beginning of right at the start of the level, there's like a little area that you can walk to that's like kind of out of bounds, and you can jump down some spot and see this developer texture. Like a cardboard cutout of one of the developers. Let me find it. It's not. Okay, that's not what I was thinking. Did they change it? Is this what it originally was? I thought it... Oh, you know what? They did change it. Because I think they changed it for MCC. Which is weird because I can't find... Half-naked guy. Why is it, There's... I think now if you go to that spot and look at it, it's a guy. It's like a new developer, a different person. I think is what happened. Bungie but Microsoft Halo. What a crazy site title. What? I didn't even know about that. Whenever you get an error, just does that. Cost $500,000. It wasn't in the game though, was it? hidden the source code for Halo 2? Weird. Weird. Yeah, I've never heard of that. This one, I don't think I ever saw the original one. This is definitely the original one. I only saw the new version, which is not this. It's something else. Don't show your butt on the release build. That's weird that it even made it into the build, yeah. I really want to see these values stay the same, because they should. I guess the Z is almost the same, but these values are like way different. This is very different. I guess I did at least fix this one changing. No, that one doesn't change. The fixed rotation edit mode for the sunlight. And apparently light energy keeps changing. Oh, well, I'll just bring this back to what I had it at. Someone had to crop and compress the picture. Yeah. Probably the guy who did it. Put it in there. Okay, this moon like res thing is really dumb. I'm just gonna restore it. And be very, very careful how I type this, because if I type it wrong, I will lose everything I just wrote. Okay. All looks good. Great. Okay. Apparent elevation of the sun and moon now are now affected by an atmospheric refraction function. And then to accept the parent and true positions. For the correct shaders. Cool. Sweet. Okay. So I think since I have this function, I can now probably apply it to... I'll do this. The moon and sun on the horizons. Cool. I think this would just be random refraction because the shader now accepts its like its position. Yeah, I think I just need to add like random refraction to the horizon in the future. Okay. And you know what? I'm gonna move this down here. Because you're not going to be able to really see the sun and the moon on the horizon. Definitely not the moon. But I did rotate the sun so that it kind of, you know, from the lake, I guess, it would come up in that valley, which I might need to move it back now, since the sun is, or I might need to, yeah, update my rotation a bit. That was probably way too far. Do I need to go higher, actually? Oh, yeah. All right. Updated. All right, sun light energy to diminish accurately. I think it might already be technically accurate. I mean, it honestly kind of is already accurate. Because when I set its color, that also affects its like illumination, its actual light energy. So it is already kind of in there. Yeah, I've got to like set shadow. I got to increase the shadow bias or something in the sun. Is it? Okay. I guess not. Normal bias? The hell? Offsets to look up in a shadow map by the object's normal. This can be used to reduce without using shadow bias. Okay. I'm not sure why that kind of didn't do anything. Whoa, that's really odd. That's really strange looking. Okay, try that again, and I need to bring this back up to like probably 1 or 2. Let me just jump over here. Yeah. That's really weird that it doesn't do anything for that. I guess it could blur it. I mean, it's already blurred. Also, maybe I want to bring the blur down a bit. Yeah. Wait, what? How is that getting shadowed like that? That's weird. What? Where's that shadow coming from? That's actually really weird. Is that, am I doing something to make that shadow appear in the, I am doing like a light function myself. Damn. Okay. So that's something I have to fix myself. That's a problem with on my side. Let me see if we can figure out maybe how to fix this. What if I say 0? That looks crazy though. Why is it just getting brighter every time I turn this off? That's nuts. Oh, I guess it is just that bright. Weird. Okay. What if I take this off? No. Yeah, I don't even see anything changing. Alright. Well. Why do I compute my own now? Why do I compute my own? This is something I probably need to change. Not probably. I will be changing. But I don't know when I'm going to change it. Does this do anything? Okay. What if I add another 0 here? Remove a couple zeros. It gets brighter. Alright. What if I take that down to 1? Nothing. Okay. What I don't understand is still how this has shadows. I guess it just has like self-shadowing, right? Is this something I gotta change on the terrain itself? Hmm. Why? Why does that happen? It's like the normal value of this whole segment is very different from that segment, is pretty much what's happening. Like these aren't smooth normals at this distance. Wait, and when I turned off double-sided, it didn't go away. So it's not even... yeah. I mean, it fixes when I get close, I guess. Thing is, these areas are like flat. Let me see if I can, I don't know, I guess flatten it more. Yeah, it doesn't go away. Exactly the same result. That's just perfectly flat now. Same result from here. The weird thing is I feel like I've fixed this before. I mean, this was helping a bit, but not enough. That makes it way worse. This is really weird. Is it just that the shadow map is not going far enough? It's like technically I would move it out, right? But like I can't do that. I've already messed with these values so much. Oh, this one isn't fixed up here. You know, I think it might just be my normal strength. Maybe I have to bring down the normal strength of the texture. Well, I don't know, because it's even happening on the dirt and they don't... what happens if I try painting wetness? Okay. So that is the normal texture then. All right. What is that doing? Oh, it's opening it here. Normal depth. Yeah. So what I want to do is I want to pretty much in the shader use fade out the normal of the texture at a certain range. That's exactly what I want to do. So in my terrain shader, where we compute normal map depth, I will compute this as this is getting, yeah, this is interpolating based on my painting, I think. So can I get like the distance of this pixel? How do I know? I guess I only know the distance if I get the depth texture, which I guess I can get. Can I get that? Well, okay, this is after the vertex texture, or vertex, so I should know the depth. I don't know. Let me see this. Do I just have like the depth value per pixel? Because that would actually solve it straight away. Custom depth value. Can I just read? Oh wait, depth texture. Use a sampler 2D with hint depth texture instead. Yeah, okay. Alright, I have to do that. I do have to compute, or rather get my depth texture. Define filter nearest. Interesting. Um, okay. So I will come down here and say, high precision sampler. Wait, do I have to say high precision for like my horizon stuff? I don't think I need to. I feel like I don't need to do that. Alright, but let me go down here and do... Oh man. I guess I can just throw this down right above the fragment shader. If is this correct? Yeah. I do not like that I can't see that code. And they have such a big shader. It's kind of ridiculous. They should have just wrote it in GLSL. Alright, and then here I'm just going to multiply it by depth goes from 0 to 1. So I guess I'll just multiply it by some, I don't know, smooth step or something is probably what I want. I do it here. Smooth step, 1 power, distance over radius. What is that? Distance over radius, and that's power, last term. 0.98. So 1.98. And then distance over the radius. How far away I am and how close I am to the point that I want to fade out at. So I guess I would just read the value here as my distance, and this would be the point that I want to fade out at, and I would set a power. Okay. Okay. Power value, so I'll just say 0.98, and then texture, depth texture, oh, any like screen UV? Screen UV, cool. Why are we still compiling? You cannot compile. You cannot compile. Stop it. Please. Please. I'm writing here. I haven't saved this. You are so annoying. You are so annoying. You and your auto compile. Oh. We came back. It came back. You and your stupid auto. It's doing it again because I hit save. Come on, man. Stop it. Oh, now it's... Okay. Okay. I didn't even change any of the code. I just hit save. It went and compiled. So stupid. And then crashed, of course. Because of you can't compile it. Please do not compile my shader and waste my time. Close. Get out of here. Stop that. Depth texture. Screen UV. And it doesn't even matter, just any value. And then... Oh, that was it. Just that. Oh wait, no. Over the point that I want it to fade out at, so I'll just say 0.1. I don't even know. And then I need a semicolon. Cool. Alright. How does adding one line of code fare on the performance of this terrain? How does one line of code work? Alright, so interestingly that made it way, way worse. It's actually kind of crazy how much worse that got. Because this value is essentially a float between 0 and 1. Right? Smooth disk returns a float, 1.0 power, and then distance over radius. Large value, small value. Alpha times large value, small value. Power. Yeah, we just multiply it. Do I need to clamp? Does this have to clamp? Man, I wish I knew what normal map depth was. Defaults to 1. So when I get to edit it here, from 0 to 2. Okay. Why does that mess with it so badly? What? Wait, what? Wait, what the hell did it just do? I was trying to figure out like why does it look like this right now? What the hell did it just do? Literally, what did it just do? Okay, so first of all, restore terrain data. I don't want to change any of that. What changed? Terrain material just like wiped itself. Okay, well, don't do that. Maybe don't do that. Don't like delete half your stuff. Don't just like randomly do that. Thank you. All right, add it back. Whoa. So yeah, I really don't understand why changing that line nukes like the shader. That is really weird. That's really weird. Why does it do that? I guess this changed and I need to update it or something. So I'm guessing these changed. Yeah, okay, sure. What did it look like before, though? So it looked like this before. Then like set that to 0 and set this to 1? I mean, why? Why? Like, why? That is so weird. That is so weird that these just change like that. I know that I did update this, but I don't... Why would they change all that? Don't commit that. Split this. Not that. Not that. No. 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 World space normal blend. No. I added one line of code and it's like trying to update all this crap. No, don't do that. I am baffled. Genuinely baffled. What is going on here? Pretty much I just want the base texture to be 0 and the overlay to be 2. That's what I want to be changed here. Okay, not quite. You want base texture to be 2 and overlay to be 0. Wait, what are we doing there? What? I'm like so confused what's going on. Like, it's changing those IDs, and then it's resetting all my stuff. What? It's not actually it's not even changing the names of anything. I was thinking, okay, well maybe the names change. No. All these names are the same. It's just like obliterating the values I've typed in for no reason. Like, what are we doing? That is the weirdest thing ever. I don't understand why it's doing that. Is it like that the world has some values set for this? No. Terrain is just like completely randomly just resetting my values. That's the strangest thing. I'm changing the shader code. And it's like setting defaults. Is there just something broken with the double precision version of this? Like, I can't change any settings, or else I can't even change the shader, or else it just breaks and decides to like update itself and reset to a bunch of defaults. Okay, don't change that. I'm not changing anything there. I'm just adding a single line of code to the shader. Okay, where is it? This is super weird. Okay. It didn't do anything crazy. What? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm expecting to see that like start receding away from me. It's not receding away. Yeah, that's actually weird that it's not changing there. So I hit save. Very weird. The depth texture in meters? Alpha channel? I mean, first of all, like, why is the water disappearing? That I don't get. I'm just reading the depth texture, I'm not writing anything. Very odd. Do I need to like... clamp between 0 and 1? Yeah, the depth texture is like 1, like 0 to 1. Oh. Well, everything is smooth now. Cool. That's what I wanted to see. But this, I don't get why that's happening. That doesn't make much sense to me. Alright, so when do we... fade back into this stuff? I really don't get why the normals are messing with that either. That's really strange to me. When do we... I mean, I'm expecting this at some point to start. Okay. All right. Maybe I'm thinking about smooth step wrong. Maybe I have this wrong because I thought this was going to go the other direction. Edge 0, edge 1. A threshold function with a smooth transition. Edge 0 and edge 1, and then x is between those values. Oh. Results are undefined if 0 is greater than edge 1. That's quite funny because I'm using it where 0 is greater than 1. Very funny. So, yeah, it would actually just be this. Zero to 1. Okay, when does it start coming in? It actually should have already done it because... Wait. Or is it here? What is this? And why is it like actually messing with stuff so badly? That's really weird that doing this messes with it that badly. Reading the depth texture. It's like just reading the depth texture. Yeah, that's dumb. reading the depth texture breaks this. So don't I already know the distance that it's at? Don't I already know? I do already know the depth that it's at. I should be able to figure this out without that. Don't do that. Undef parabola. And then just multiply by 1. I should be able to figure this out. They have depth blur. Just derivatives from bitmap bias and depth blur effect. The vertex x z distance. Bias distance. Is this in fragment? Cool. Yeah, vertex. Oh, v for varying. Where do we set this? Camera distance to vertex on flat plane. Oh, very simple. Okay. So this is actually just a distance. Length. Awesome. It is straight up a distance to the camera. It is the XZ distance, which I guess is fine. That's what I really want. So I want to multiply this by the XZ distance over something. I guess I can just use a smooth step for this one. Where it becomes, wait, let me check this. Between 0 and 1, as x goes from edge 0 to edge 1. Okay. So this would be 1.0 minus it's like 10, and then v vertex xz distance. So I want to try to get it lined up with that line, is my thinking. 15? Uh, 20? 50? 5? I can see it showing up. I mean, I think I can. It is like weirdly like higher and lower all over the place here. Let me like flatten this out to 0. It's definitely annoying. Yeah, maybe put this up a little bit lower. Ooh, that line is not long enough, I think. Man. I'm not sure why this isn't perfectly flat. It's also still annoying that even though I'm like making it perfectly flat, this still happens. It could be like macro variation or something, like twisting the normals around. It could be that my normals are just wrong. I could have imported the textures wrong. It's also possible. Okay. You know, I did just realize that was all actually a total waste of time doing that. Let me undo that. The reason I actually wanted that is because that terrain variation is really actually good to have. I just have to figure out how to make it so that this doesn't happen, because this shouldn't be happening. That should not be happening. Something is definitely wrong with the normals, I think. That's my thought. Either they're just like too deep. You know, like the normal depth is too much. Or right? Or I have an actual problem with the normal map. That is like, I don't know, going the wrong way or something. So let me also check that. Let me turn this back up so I can look at it. Because that's my thought. I probably just had the normal thing way too high. And maybe I'll actually bring this out to like 100 to 200 is where we would do this fade. Maybe like 60 to 200. Yeah. Now, I want to check this texture is imported correctly. Textures, terrain, grass, ground, normal. I thought they had an option that was like fix normals or something. Oh, normal map invert Y. I feel like literally nothing changed. Reload save scene, or save and then reload. Okay, well I do actually think that probably looks better. Which was like exactly my thought, is that these normals are wrong. Okay, that definitely looks better. I think that's definitely, like, correct. I've had it wrong. Yeah, okay. Why did I flip those before? Why did I do that? Yeah, those shadows are popping up in like the dark spots now. But also, yeah, definitely way too intense. But it does just feel a little... It's not... It's like too smooth now. Oh, maybe I should like crank it up. Yeah, why did I think this looked wrong? I definitely thought this looked wrong at some point. And I was like, no, I don't want that. Right, dirt. I think maybe I just thought it looked like too like weirdly fleshy or something. but it was definitely wrong this whole time. Alright, cool. I fixed some weird stuff that was happening. Alright. Although I think... how do I read those? Do I read those nearest? Because I should. I think I probably don't read them nearest. Oh, they are. What if I do linear? Does that look too weird? It actually probably looks less weird. Yeah, that specular reflection is so incorrect. Doesn't even have ambient occlusion. Okay. Well, that was a problem I've been having for a very long time. That was just, as usual, my mistake. A mistake I made. Sweet. Okay, cool. Really like that. Yeah, that also, I think, probably explains why it was like getting lighting from underneath sometimes when it shouldn't be. Because the UV was flipped. Dang. I can't believe it's annoying how many times I've made these like tiny mistakes that I have definitely spent a long time trying to figure out to not find a solution to it, or to find like a crappy solution to it and it be like an annoying thing in the background, and then one day I'm like, oh, invert normal, or like what's some other thing? There's definitely been other things, I can't think of them right now, but it's happened too many times. Alright, how does that look? Sunrise. Epic. Very epic. All right. What have I done? So honestly, I think I'd probably take that out. I think I take that out now. I'll leave that on linear. It's probably best that it stays linear. No, I won't do linear. I'll leave it on. First, we'll take that out. Don't use that. Did I say I'll leave it on linear? I meant leave it on nearest. Say change that back and then get rid of this. Okay, so we should be back to not having that changed. I did move that. I changed the import. I changed those depths and then I changed the imports. The moon still continues to move because that's just what it likes to do. Invert, invert, invert. Awesome. What am I trying to do? Div staged. That's it. Right. Change the depths. Add a to-do. Move the sun. Apparently I added shadow blur. I would like to take that off, I think. Oh wait, no, I did want that. Wait, did I want to bring that down? Or should I leave that at 1? Why does this just like, this thing just picks a size sometimes. That thing really just like, oh, I want to be this big today. I want to be this big right now. I probably do want to leave that blur on because I was noticing this was looking kind of terrible out there. Okay, maybe it wasn't looking too terrible. I don't know. Okay. Right. Just moving their positions. Normal map. Yeah, okay. Expand normals on terrain textures. Oh, also put bed normals on terrain textures. Rotate sky. Where I want it? Should I just like in the valley? Right. Should I have sunlight energy diminish? I think it is correct. I think it actually is correct right now. So I think I might say that it's correct, and leave it. And I will send this as just its own commit. Um, Actually, I think I remember what I wanted to do. I actually did want to square it, or like make it more pronounced that it's changing, and not leave it as it is. So I'm gonna not call it done right now, and set it up so that it will scale a second time by the luminosity of the color, which fortunately for me, I already have this. I get the color, inverse luminance. Let me actually not use that one. Let me just say that compute sun color, and then I will just set every time I change the sun color, it will also apply the light energy. Ooh, wait. Okay, I actually do use the light energy there. Huh. Sky intensity. This can actually come all the way up here. Ooh, I don't know if I want to move that much code though. I would like to try to keep it in place, if possible. Yeah, you know what? Let me do this and run these calculations here. If it's too low, then I turn on the sun, or I turn on the moon. But then I will have another multiplication here all the way at the end. That light energy will be multiplied by light color luminance. In a linear color space. Okay. Why did that not multiply immediately? Because I'm not setting the sun light color. I'm setting it, yeah. Oh, do we like set it here and then we call it done and then we... Okay. Let me just say it's going to be... Okay. All of these values together. Times, I want the effect of this to be halved. So does that mean I square root it? Yeah. I mean, not exactly, but close enough. Close to it. Increase the better effect. Make color more... Make color more important to energy, I guess. Alright, this should be pretty good. The sun rises like right away. Epic. That's very cool. It is very red and very yellow, though. That's for sure. I wonder if it's just too red. I'm gonna throw myself up here on the mountain and get a good proper look at this. Sunrise. Okay. Yeah. I'd say this is actually pretty good. It definitely felt like it matched what I saw. Go again. This straight up just, I'm serious. That picks a random size every time. Without fail. That is very brown, though. I mean, I guess I'm looking at that, but I wonder if that's just like too intense, too intensely red. One more time. I mean, it kind of is, isn't it? I feel like it's too red. This is a nice color, though. Hmm. That light showing up like as a debug render is really, really silly. You know what? Maybe I square the light too. Will it let me do this? No. How do I like square root this? Because that's what I want to do. I want to kind of mute these colors a little bit. They're a little too intense. What if it's like linear or something? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Just try this. Square rooting has solved my problems many times. So it definitely didn't stay red for as long. Very cool. Let's relaunch. Run that one more time. It's definitely not as deep red anymore. Definitely. I wonder if I just have to bring up the light temperature. I wonder if I should just try messing with that instead. Okay, no, I was definitely onto something with I was definitely onto something there. Should I just like desaturate the color? Is that what I should do? I should like what would that even be? Like hue, saturation, lightness? Yeah, I'll just do this. This is working. This gave me a result that I was like kind of fine with. And when I raised the light temperature, I immediately didn't like how like weirdly red and blue it kind of looked. Yeah, that's probably just what I needed. Was just that. Good old golden hour. Cool. And I really got to figure something out with this. This, like, how white the ground looks super close up like this. This is, I mean, that's just not right. I don't walk outside and look at the ground and, like, see white. It pretty much holds its color and doesn't do any of this reflective stuff. Alright, I think we're good with that. Okay. I have made it more pronounced. Right, and the README can be updated now because I've done it. Alright, sunlight energy to diminish accurately to the transmittance in the sky. And then an effect make color more important to energy. Make colors less saturated by pulling them up in value. Cool. And then I'm going to move the player back down, so... Alright. I also don't want that. Cool. Sunlight, color, effect, energy. So now affected by the color luminance, and then reduce intensity of just reduce intensity of red sunlight. There we go. Reduce sunlight intensity by redness by that thing that I just did. Cool. Whoa, flashbang. Okay. Moon illuminance. Make sure I click close docs. Moon illumination to scale depending on the phase. Look up real equations. The full moon is more than twice as bright as a half moon. Right? It's got the retro-reflective stuff. I'm going to leave those lighting solution comments there because I'm going to come back to those, I think. Flashback. Okay. Don't need that anymore. In fact, that function kind of sucked. Back here. What am I doing now? I'm looking up the moon illumination. Get up to this. Should I just open a window a little bit? All right. Moon luminance. Moon luminance by phase. Moon brightness by phase. What is this? Get data. No, it's not what I want. Ooh, here we go. Phase curve. moon. The moon's apparent magnitude at full phase is negative 12.7, while at quarter phase, which is half, it is 21% as bright as that. Phase angle of the moon. And pretty much at this point, we can't see any more of it. Actually, that is kind of linear, though. 0 is full. That is kind of linear. Moon fact sheet. Which is like moon brightness by phase. What do you got for me? Nothing. Man. Do I just make it linear? I mean, I thought it was... I mean, it really is, though. Like a quarter moon. When they say a quarter moon, it's really a half moon. When it's half illuminated, it's 21% as bright as when it's directly opposite to you. Oh, hey, look, I was hovering my mouse over something here. It'll be interesting to share this using the surface brightness formula. Magnitude. The data for January's full moon. The moon has an average surface brightness of about negative 4.9. Total magnitude. What? Diameter, 30 arc minutes? Yeah, I guess that's about right. It's not really useful though. Oh wait. 6 to 3. Surface brightness of the moon varies from about 6 near a new moon to 3 near a full moon. Loony. Illumination. Cool. What is that? Angular diameter. I guess the size in the sky. Apparent magnitude. I mean, this is pretty good data. Although, oh, here's where he reaches about a full. So this is a full moon, and then percent illuminated at 50. This magnitude is like a log scale, right? So I don't really know. Can I get like apparent magnitude? Just what is apparent magnitude? Negatives are really bright. A magnitude 2 is 2 times as bright as a magnitude 3. A 100 times magnitude 7. Okay. The apparent magnitudes from -26. Oh, the apparent magnitude of known object. When they say known object, I think they just mean like stuff sitting on your desk or something. What does that even mean? Known object? Weird. So how do I get this to like a percentage though? Because I need this value. What is SBRT? Is this tracking with that? No. What's M? Why did I just say like M? Oh, is it like waxing or waning? I guess it would be waning here, waxing here. It's not. Apparent magnitude. So at about 50%, which is kind of missed here, I guess it's about 10. So it's a difference of 2. This is so bright. A difference of 1 corresponds to a brightness ratio of square root of 500. Oh, when they say as bright, sun and moon. The mean magnitude of the full moon is -12. The sun appears to be approximately 40,000 times as bright as the moon. That doesn't really track, I think, with what I'm... Well, that's a full moon. I think the... What is the sun at? Sun is 100,000, and the moon will be 1. So this thing is 40,000 times as bright. I feel like doesn't really fit. That's a full moon to just the sun. Reflecting Earth light seen from Earth. Funny. Our moon seen from Mars. There was a list that I found. I think it's here. Quarter moon is 0.1. And then a full moon is 0.05. So it's more than twice as bright. 926 provides 8 nanolux. You can compute apparent magnitude from lux? How do you do that? Air glow. Okay. I wonder if this is a useful thing to look at. .05 to 0.1. I know that I'm not going to be able to like physically simulate the moon's brightness because I already have it like at 100 and that's enough to see it. I would need it to be like 1, you literally can't see it. And I know for a fact that on a full moon, I can walk outside, the lights are off, and like I can see the ground for all the way up to the horizon. It's very clear. You can see quite clearly. So there's no way I'm going to be able to put in like, oh yeah, 0.1 for a full moon. And I can't even see it in the game. I have to do like 100, and that's maybe getting close to what it looks like to me. Dramatic increase of brightness when it is completely full. That nights before or after the night of full moon, dark luminous cannot reach 0.32 lux. And 3 lux. I mean, I guess if I can just model like a function that's, you know, was he just like criticizing other people? I'm even at like a high latitude too, so the moon still isn't even as bright. Hmm. One lux for full moonlight, based on an old citation from 1969. Which actually cites a 10-year older value. Funny. Illuminance lux hour. Total minutes. To equation 1. Equation 1? Equation 1? The horizontal luminance from a celestial source goes as where, yeah. When is that zenith? Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's just, okay, whatever. Um, the left panel, yeah, what about the right? What about the right? Total. Oh, how long the lux is in this certain value? Total minutes. Why does it say 100 lux? Wait, what? Oh, this is down here, yeah. It sits at 0.1 for a long time, and then it is down here. Okay. Summer full moons? Really? Summer full moons? Summer in the northern hemisphere? Oh, that's right, yeah, because you're looking at the moon not in the direction of the sun. Yeah, of course. Winter full moons go high in the sky, right? Man. It's like nobody knows how bright the moon is. It's funny. Man. 32 to 100,000, that's a huge difference in direct sunlight. Maybe, maybe I just make it linear. Based on the phase. Or maybe not quite linear, but like, you know, slightly linear. Save that. So perhaps if I think about it from 0 to 1, or sorry, I would use sine. No, I would use cosine. Negative x, of course, doesn't do anything. Negative cosine plus 1 over 2x. Or it would be, I guess, like pi x over 2 plus 0.5. So essentially I would just have this where it's a little bit brighter than linear, you know? So it's darker when it's, you know, not half moon, and then half moon is standard brightness, and then as you get closer it gets even brighter, right? So I guess I could do that. The percentage of the moon's surface can be calculated with a very simple formula that was just relating Um, just by the angle between the two. Formula for the illuminated fraction of the moon is I, where I is the moon's phase angle, the angle from the sun to the moon to the earth. Okay. One plus cosine. Oh no, 1 plus. I like that. The whole thing divided by 2. Alright. So when they're opposite, this is the angle. When they're in line, the angle between them is, or sorry. They mean like 1 minus this value. When the angle between them is 0, it's 0. When the angle between them is 1, it's pi, 90 degrees, it's 1. It kind of messed up. It got close. I would like your citation there. Why is it angular diameter? I remember this was the exact phase angle for each day or for each hour of a day. Oh my gosh. Latitude, longitude, and this is my actual progress through web search. I guess it was 5 years ago, sure. Man, you can't be serious? What? What's not serious? What can I not be serious about? So yeah, it should be... It's actually kind of weird. I mean, this one gets it to me. I know the angle between these two, which is this. I just dot that, and that's cosine. But I just do cosine this. Minus 1. You're going too far now? What do you mean too far? Literally what? I have been going too far for a long time. Or no, it's 1 minus. Yeah. 1 minus that. The cosine theta, this value comes out to be 0. Or yeah, it would just be 1 minus cosine theta over 2. Or no, it's what? When I dot the two vectors together, I get cosine theta. So when x... Yeah. Okay, wait. Hang on. I get 1. When they're the same, this comes out to be 0. I'm super confused. What's going on here? No. When they're the same, it's 1. Right. When they're opposite, it's -1. Correct. So it's this. Alright. Add AI girlfriend to your game? It's a feature. I don't think people want that. I don't think people I want to play my game... What am I trying to say? I don't think... Never mind. Never mind. 1 minus cosine theta over 2. The whole thing divided by 2. This gets me my phase angle, and I plug this into this value. Right? So would that essentially just like multiply this out to be the same thing? So what about f of g of x? Ah, okay. Or wait, no, it would be f of x. Okay, we'll take this out. Wait, would it just... Wait, what is this gonna do? Interesting. So I get a function that looks like this. Aha, okay. That looks nice. I would essentially just take this value and square it. That's all I would do. I take my phase angle and I square it, and that gets me this. Same exact pattern, and I don't even have to worry about that. Okay, that's really simple. 1 minus cosine theta over 2. So I would just set moonlight to whatever lux I want, and then I would set energy, which I don't know why energy is 0 right now. Why does this feel really laggy? That's really laggy. That's really laggy. Am I running the game? That is really laggy. What's going on? Oh, now it's not. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what was up with that. Am I printing? No. So sunlight energy calculation. And then I will take... I have sun true dot with moon true. And I guess I would just do this. I'll just throw it right underneath it. Do I compute the moon's light energy? I don't. Cool. Alright. I'm not sure why it says 0. I guess I must have set it to 0. No, I don't want clock time. So I will just take the dot of the phase angle, which will just be moon true dot z, dot it with the sun true. This gets me my phase angle, and I just simply and I will leave an explanation for why I square this. Or, yeah, square it. Squaring the phase angle is equivalent to multiplying it by the what is that? This one is this is the phase angle. This one is, I don't know, I'll just describe it. The moon is far brighter when in opposition with the sun. So squaring the phase angle produces such an effect. Cool. And then, since I'm messing with this, I'm going to go and set shadow opacity. I need to invert this and essentially just make it not shadow opacity, but change it to be light energy, I guess. Moonlight energy. So what does this all do? So I reset it here, so it's set here to a certain value. And then I think instead of doing shadow opacity like this, if moon is not visible, I guess I can just do light energy times 0 to make it 0. All right, let me change this. Light energy, ease it out. Good. And I think I just want to invert this. So shadow opacity currently is like going from 0 to 1. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to invert this. This is perfect. If shadow is not enabled, and this is going to be light energy, or I guess this is just going to be, yeah, sure, light energy. Well, I'm resetting it every time. I'm not really reading it. Oh, I actually want to go from, not this, I want to go from moon. I want to do current value. This is a multiplier to this. This isn't actually doing any of that. If shadow is enabled, if moon is not visible, shadow enabled is false, and light energy is, just make it 0. I guess if the moon isn't visible, it doesn't do it anyway. So maybe I just take that out. Well, I don't know. This is really kind of weird. I don't think I have to do this. Turning off shadows. Yeah, I'm not doing it like this anymore. I really hope I'm not going to regret deleting those lines, but maybe I'll be lucky. If sunlight energy is less than the sun low light level, this is when I can turn the moon shadows on. So if moon shadow is not enabled, well, I instantly regret changing that line. So if the moon is not enabled, turn it off. Otherwise, if the moon shadow is not enabled, we want to turn it on, and I want it set. I want to start tracking from this to there, and I need to make sure this is initialized to 0. That should initialize to 0. Because we're essentially going to treat it like we're only turning it on from 0. So shadow enabled. It's just going from 0 to 1 every time. And this will be negative current. So if moon shadow enabled, and okay, so if the moon shadow is enabled, and we don't have a target set, or our target is not 0. Ah, right, opacity is going backwards, right. Right, so if I'm going to turn it on, I actually want to track from here to there. That's what I want to do. So I don't need to set this. Every time I set the target, I'm applying a current value. Or, yeah. I know which way I'm traveling from. At least I'll let players use VR models in the game so they can add their own avatars. You're asking for too much. I'm not even sure if the character's even going to have a body. Or even hands. Maybe VR could be a future thing. Then you could actually mess with the guns. You get to do your reloads manually. Okay. Right. So if it's turned on, and basically we gotta turn it off, then we're gonna turn it off. Using, of course, the current value. Like those VTubers around Twitch, all those 3D models are VRM, so it would be nice to drag and drop their model into the game and boom, they are in. I don't know about this game. Maybe a future game. I still don't know. Like I said, I don't know what I don't know who your character is, or if they're even anybody at all. So let me actually set it to be current to be 0. Because I feel like it may be possible in some cases that this is not initialized at this point. So I would return like a negative null value. So if the moon light energy is not done, I take the moon light energy and multiply it with this moon light energy. So if I had to turn it on, I'm going to go from 0 to 1 on the light energy. If I have to turn it off, I go from whatever the current value is to 0. Okay. And I just multiply it. And if we finished, and well, I guess if we finished, then what do I do there? I guess I can just turn off shadow here too. If light energy is done and light energy is actually, I think I don't want to do that. I'll just do this. The light energy is done and our energy is approximately 0. Then just turn off shadows. Alright, that should be how it works, right? Why is the world so dark? I'm just gonna assume that I hit Control S and it lights up. No. Oh, I left one spot. What is that? Really? Okay. Funny. Funny. Why would I do that? I don't know. Ugh. Alright, cool. So I guess that's probably set correctly now. I don't know. But now I need to make the moon move across the sky again. That's a big thing I gotta fix. So I will go to sunset. Zoop. There's the moon. So yeah, I guess let's just go to like 0.8. That's probably good. Alright, so why do sun not move? Why am I checking nil on that? Please stop. 405. Is target set on base object nil? Uh-huh. Yeah, that looks like null to me. You know, if I had to say that was null, I would say that was null. Yeah. Yeah, totally that value was null. 100%. Alright, so why moon not move? The moon is moving very fast, actually. Why is it moving so fast? I find that almost creepy how fast it's moving now. The moon's definitely been broken for a while, so I'm not sure why it's moving, although I do have an idea of why it's moving. This guy right here. Let me just take that off and not do that. Okay. So if... Okay. If not... No, I actually need to set it all the time. If... Yeah, it should always have a target. If target is set, do this. This is so weird how things just like work several times in a row and then they like break once. So yeah, that's why that was happening. It is no longer moving, which is what I expected. Alright, so interestingly, I'm not sure what's going on here. I can only assume that update moon is not being called. That's my guess. Yeah. Update moon is not being called. Moon time. Oh. Yeah, that's just not how that works at all, is it? I do need to know about time change though, right? Yeah. Alright, well that's probably what my issue was. There it goes. It moves. It has to be called when time updates. When the sun moves across the sky. Cool. The moon is moving again. And what I want to see, hopefully, is the moonlight start coming in. So it says light energy is 0.65. I mean, yeah, I guess it just turned on and now it's going to fade in the shadows. Over the course of like a minute or something. That is so blue. I don't really have anything around here to actually see a shadow with, so... But I mean, that's exactly what I wanted to happen, though. The moon is moving again, and... that... correctly started doing stuff. Move him over here. Here we go. We're on the ground. Alright. I added that bug in like a while ago and I just somehow never noticed it. I would like to look at the moon through the scope. I think that's so cool. And I can see the craters on it too. Although maybe it's not enough. Maybe I need to increase the intensity of the normal map on that moon. Well, why is the moon so bright right now? Dang, it is so bright right now. That's not right. But the shadows are coming in, or they should be. Whoa. That looks bad. Alright, well the shadows have faded in, I guess. Though I don't see them. This should be in shadow right here. It's not. Well, I mean, I guess it's hard to tell. Does that camera not have... Why is it not exposing for the moon? Yeah, things look a bit weird right now. Is there a shadow here? I can't see it. I think it's too bright right now. This camera is also really bugged. What is the current sky intensity? Well, that's not correct. It shouldn't be 3,000. It should be way lower right now. When did that break? How did I break that? I don't think I've touched any of that code. How did I break that? That's really weird. Let me check this. And you know what, let me just be absolutely certain and also like reload the project because I'm confused by that. I'm not sure why that code suddenly broke. I don't recall changing anything there. Like the most I did was I added that timer on top of it. That's all I did. So I feel like that's... well, I mean, I guess it's gonna drop down. Okay, now it's dropping. So what... Why was it just lying to me then? Was it just straight up lying about the sky intensity? Is it not actually changing it? This is the computed value. It seems like it's not actually changing it. Something weird is happening. Something really weird is happening. Because I know I set it up so that it would drop to a value that I could see the sun. I could see the moon. I don't understand why it doesn't show up here. That's really confusing me. Why does this not actually change? Yeah, it's getting really bright now. It's getting too bright. Yeah, this hasn't gone down fast enough. And just to get... Yeah. Dang. I mean, it seems fine, but I felt like it definitely got to a point where I was like, why is it kind of super bright out? Maybe it's just part of the camera being wrong, because the intensity is still going down, like I want it to. Right? We're still going down. We're like always 200. This is a long time though. 4 milliseconds? Actually, I guess that's not a very long time. That actually seems like a very long time, but it is a long time. But once every second is fine. 4 milliseconds every second. That's fine. Yes, so what's up with that? I think I'm just overexposing the pixels. I'm not sure if it's actually my scope or not. But it definitely does feel bright. Let me try turning the moon, the total moon, down. Dang, okay. Maybe like 20. Maybe not 20, maybe more like 30. I mean, that's really bright though, isn't it? That is really bright. Should it actually be like 1 lux? Maybe 2. Maybe 5. Yeah, something's up with the camera on that. It's not exposing correctly. It's definitely not exposing correctly. Let me... For low light, it doesn't work. Maybe what I should do is just bind the exposure to your eye's exposure. So it can, the scope can like just get the player's exposure. It already gets the camera attributes. So I guess what it should really do is save the attributes. Yeah. Okay. And then auto exposure enables is true. This can be used as a method of exposure compensation. Alright, I guess I have to go see what auto exposure even does. So that's something I'm not entirely certain of. Huh? How is that all there is? I searched for auto exposure enabled and no one ever reads from it? That can't be right. Man. Alright, I'm going to send this as it is, and that can be something I can figure out tomorrow. Okay? Or maybe on my own time. But I just have to stop stream now. So, check what I've changed. I don't want to send that one. I'm testing sunlight. I did change deluxe to 5, so much lower value. And then I pretty much just changed the name of that. I got rid of that, so I fixed the moon. My dog is barking. I'm not even sure at what. So yeah, essentially what I do is I scale in the light energy instead of the other thing, and that one I need to I need to change those back. These were not actually a problem here. So I'll go ahead and add world, and then I will add about to add dynamic day. I commented that out, so that needs to come back. This is a bit weird, because if stuff isn't changing here, these will keep updating. So I guess I really need to say, well, if updated is true, force or time changed. Okay, well, I guess I move these up here now. I'll just say else return. Right. So I only call these when I've definitely applied that. Okay. Oh, and then of course the moon has moved because I just started applying some additional rotation to it. Whoops. So moonlight energy, yeah, just basically change those names. Cleaned up a lot of code there. Moonlight energy calculation. The moon is far brighter when at opposition with the sun, so squaring the phase angle produces such an effect. Right. And then just changing the name of all those. Okay. Wait, moon.tres. Wait a second. What is the moon? What? What is the moon resource? Shader material. Sure, why not actually? Why does it look like that? This preview makes it look so horrible. It's funny. What is all that? Weird. I don't know. I've like forgotten half the stuff I've done with this. So checking what I'm sending. I need to send that I have done this as well. Sweet. Finish that, set time to sunset. That's all okay. Moved a bunch of lines of code to make it simpler to fix stuff. Okay. Sending this, and then I am done for the day. done with the stream for the day. I may continue working on this on my own time. Add energy based on phase angle. Right? Moonlight energy now. Based on the phase angle. Such that position is brighter than the new moon. And then fix moon not moving in the sky. I was dumb. I feel like something's like in my window. I feel like I keep looking up there because I think I see something out of the corner of my eye. It's weird. Fix moon not moving in the sky. I was dumb. Right. True. And then I when moon is going to enable shadows, interpolate light energy, the shadows fade in appropriately. Okay. Sweet. Okay. And I would say we're clean, but I've left myself with a bullet rifle stuff, so I may figure that out off stream. But for now, I just hit the button. Did I like undo something? No, I didn't. Weird. All right. I'm just gonna check that I didn't do anything. Statsu. Okay. That's all from me for today. Thanks for watching and chatting. I am nearly done with the skybox here. I've nearly got everything put in that I wanted. Minus just a few bonus effects, like random refraction on the horizon, but that's going to be like a polished thing. Like when the whole game is done, that's going to be a polished thing. So, yep, thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow. Goodbye.